Hey, what's up, everyone? And welcome to another Children of Primus.com to the Frenzy Freestyle Sundays. And this week we're supposed to do the topic on Rodimus Prime and the similarities between Lino from his transformation from a cub to adult. All right, there we go. Yeah, so this weekend is our Canadian Thanksgiving, so not everyone is able to join today, or they're going to be running a bit late. Um, but we are here, so shout outs to everyone who is joining in, and so happy Thanksgiving for Canadians, and happy Sunday for Americans, and for anyone else watching anywhere else in the world. This week's topic, we're going to do a true freestyle where it is uh, a topic on anything and everything. So whatever the topics you want it to be, we can discuss. The link is also in the chat if you want to jump in and be a guest on this week's show, as we've had other guests in previous shows as well. I know Professor D is in the background setting up tonight's show. And there we go. So what are you saying, sir?
As you said, I'm still getting set up, so I'll be with you shortly.
Okay.
I did put the link in the chat for the other homies.
All right, cool. Well, for the other homies, one is having his family get together, so he's unable to attend this week, and another one is just finishing off his family get together, so he should be here within 30 minutes. Um, Now, within this week, there has been a lot of news from various sources of the Transformers world, relating to characters, cartoons, funding, um, just all sorts of news. And as usual, we had our reviews on this week. It was Tuesday and Friday instead of the usual Monday and Friday, only because our talented writer Anthony was at the convention last Sunday. Sorry.
Heretofore to be referred to as Ensign Anthony.
Ensign Anthony. Yes, as he was running the table at the convention last weekend and sold a majority of his figures. So we did see some brief video clips on that last week. We can speak on that more when he returns next week. D had suggested the topic be obscure figures, but I know that's a topic that Anthony would also be very well versed on. So we're actually going to save that topic for 2 weeks from now. So next week will be Hot Rod to Rodimus, and then the following week will be obscure characters, and the following week from that, which I believe the topic may have been Facebook related. I will have to go back on my notes and double check on that. Within the week, one of our viewers, Bill, has been showing the progress on his new collection room rebuild. After having a natural disaster affect his new home, he was able to fix the issues and continue with the rebuild. So we'll show some images of that later in the episode. And as we see in the background, some classic box art from 1980. This would have been 86, 87.
I just put that as my screensaver recently.
Cool. Yeah, Transformers screensaver is always nice to have.
It's like so dope. I got a 65-inch TV in my bedroom, and like having this just on the background,
Nice.
it's just like a framed glowing picture. Like it really
Mhm.
doesn't look like just like a thing on a TV. It looks
Well,
like a magical poster.
right. I'd say, what's the distance between the bed to the TV? 'Cause
It's
it's
pretty
almost
close.
almost when you're in a theater but you're in the front row seats.
Hmm. No, it doesn't have that effect. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't have that like crank your neck
Okay,
because I have it at eye level.
right. Well, that's good.
So why don't you kick it off talking about whatever, and I'll start asking you questions when I'm ready to join in. Maybe
Funny.
you want to start with the news or whatever you want to start with.
Well, let me quickly pull up a few screens so I can get the news in order. Because myself, I was running a bit behind as well, so I just joined in before everyone else joins in for the week. Well, do you have any what's where I'm looking for any reveals to do this week?
I do.
Nice.
As we often talk about, we could do like a couple like live unboxings, for instance.
Yes.
Once I get my stuff going here, I just need like 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes. I'll be with you.
Okay.
I'll have some Transformers to share.
The one ongoing topic I know of has been HasLab Victory Saber. Within the different groups, people discussing if they have jumped into the funding. Or some are saying, is it worth it? Not worth it? A few of course, still don't know who the character is. And he's from the Japanese version of the Transformers. And I mean, in some senses, that's actually, now I remember, that is going to be the topic for 3 weeks from now. The debate between G1, G2, Beast Wars, and any other lines in terms of when G1 officially ended, and what's the confusion, or what's people's confusion or mindset or thoughts of when they think G1 ended, or who is and isn't included in G1. So with Victory Saber being in a different timeline, some people are familiar with him and some are not. Myself, I'm not completely familiar with him, but in terms of the artistic style of Star Saber, of Victory Saber, he reminds me of the older 80s cartoons, even well before Transformers came out, which was the Grandizers, Force 5, Voltrons. Like that is the art style and and the animation that we were used to before 1984. And it's funny because then GoBots it was within that time frame as well, but they don't share that sense of animation that of anything of Japan, or or the later American style of animation. So according to, for the funding, from what I've read, is I believe the funding has been completed for Victory Saber. Only because I don't have my notes with me at the moment to fully go through everything that has happened. But even even in the sense of collectors, a lot of people have jumped in to help fund this project. But I have seen a recent post, in a sense, complaining about why would such a large company as Hasbro then turn to the fans to ask them to fund a project, as opposed to like they just fund it, put it on the shelves, and hope for people to buy it. And in a sense, that's exactly why they're asking the crowd to fund it. Because in a sense, you're already paying for it before it's even before it's even manufactured. So it puts less stress on the company side. And let's see, what other news can we jump in at the moment? So there's the retro bots review from Anthony, which is the Siege Seeker 3-pack, which a few members have said that they do have. So as Anthony wrote way back in '84, creators of the original Transformers cartoon had a problem. The Decepticons were supposed to start the show as equal or greater in numbers to the Autobots, but the toy line had barely half the amount of villains as it did heroes, which is true if you do remember the earlier characters from G1, where basically there was half the amount of Decepticons to the number of Autobots. And at a certain time, that the numbers were still off balanced in terms of the number of, say, Decepticons to Autobots or Autobots to Decepticons, depending which season or which year of the toys that came out. So this is Anthony's full review on not only the Seekers, on the missing Seekers that that we saw in the cartoon, but weren't in the toys. But gives an explanation in terms of which episodes they came from and the stories behind these characters. Okay, and let's jump into some more news. Yes, I've seen the images of these, but I didn't read in to find out what these are, so I'm going to find out now. Which is the new Super 7 Reaction Transformers coming with Christmas Optimus Prime and Golden Lagoon figures. So who out there collects Transformers reaction figures from Super 7? These are non-transforming retro figures meant to emulate the Star Wars figures of old. They seem to have a fan base spread much beyond the Transformers fan base. We know this while I have yet to hear about the excitement within the community. The newly revealed Target exclusives sold out their pre-orders within minutes. They will be in stores February 2022, though you have yet another chance at getting them. So you can find out the full story on cybertron.com. and one of Anthony's reviews from September 27th, Kingdom Commander Rodimus Prime. So I know Anthony will have a better way of telling the story within his review. Since tonight's episode would have been focused on Hot Rod and Rodimus. He does say that Rodimus doesn't get enough respect. When we think of the character, we mostly think of Hot Rod, the younger, full of vim and vigor, destined for big things, as seen in the original movie. And so I do have my thoughts in terms of some people's feelings of Rodimus, appearing at the end of the movie, and especially through season 3. But I will save those thoughts for next week when we have our episode related to Hot Rod and Rodimus. And news from a few days ago, which appears to be a sighting, which is buzzworthy Bumblebee origin Bumblebee out in Canada. And via a friend from Cybertron.ca, we can report that buzzworthy Bumblebee origin Bumblebee is out in Canada retail. The new G1 Cybertronium Bumblebee mold was found at Toys R Us in Dufferin Mall in Ontario and by Cybertron.ca. And it looks like it goes for about $33.99 Canadian. So if anyone else is looking for this version of Bumblebee, we know Dufferin Mall in Toronto has it, which is in the west end of Toronto. If anyone sees it in any other store, let us know, as people may be searching for this version of Bumblebee. Here's a video review of Cyberverse Ultra Class Sludge. So let's check that out. Cybertronian Chuck Dog 1999 has a review of Transformers Cyberverse Ultra Class Sludge for us. Some fans were looking forward to the release of their Dinobot collection and have the Cyberverse version of the Dinobot on their shelf. So now we can see how this toy fared. And Chuck Dog 1999 wrote, "I love to say that Sludge is a good figure, but that wouldn't be true. The paint detail is really nice, but I dig the metallic blue. The backplate for the Energon armor gimmick won't lock into." So in order to find out what it's not locking into, go to cybertron.com for the full story. And for different bits of latest news and reviews, you can go to childrenofprimus.com/news and reviews. D, what are you saying at the moment? And no answer from D. I think Mike will be joining us any moment now, while D is still setting up. Another tidbit while wait for everyone setting up. The official render for Nightbird, Rise of the Beast, Nightbird alt mode unveiled, which I know there has been different clips of the upcoming movie, and that people have been sharing in the different forms between Nightbird, Optimus, Scourge, and I believe one other character as well. But they haven't. We've only seen the actual vehicles in their like from the movie sets, but nothing in terms of the transformations, or any other details has been put out there. A rumor of potential image of Transformers Legacy Titans Cybertron Metroplex leaked. It's like our Discord users have alerted us to an image of potential Transformers Legacy Titan class Cybertron Megatron making the rounds on the internet right now. The image shows the figure in his alt modes and gives us a few details about the product. But take this with a grain of salt until we receive official confirmation from Hasbro. And be sure to discuss this in our forum thread or on our Discord server. So if anyone watching knows any details about this version of Metroplex, let us know. And let's see what other news we can go through for the week. So official in-hand images to Takara Transformers. The MPG-1 train bot. Takara Transformers Twitter have uploaded official images of the new Transformers MPG-1 train bot. This figure is a part of Takara's recently revealed MPG collection. The masterpiece MPG-1 is the first entry in Takara Tommy's Trainbot Combiner, Raiden, which was featured in the G1 Japan Headmasters cartoon. So I do recall when a friend years ago had the Japanese version of the continuation of Transformers, where he was able to get the copies from Chinatown, like as they were released. So this would have been like 1987, 88. And I recall seeing these characters in those VHS copies, characters that didn't appear in the American screens until at least 10, 15 years later, with the variations of Transformers that have been out over the years. So it is now 8:30. I think that is it for our news and reviews for this week. As we wait for the other members to join in. scrolling updates of news that is available on childrenofprimus.com. And if you're watching the video on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, give us a like, subscribe to all the channels, give us comments, give us feedbacks. And also, if you would like to support our channel, you can sign up to our Patreon, which we have as patreon.childrenofprimus.com. You go to that URL, it will lead you to our Patreon page. And our support is the support we're asking is to just help us continue the live stream and eventually upgrade our products, come with other ideas and also exclusives that we would like to do. One being a better version of the chess set that we did speak on about a month ago. So that is something that we would like to pursue, because as Transformers fans, many of us are into chess, but we want, we would like a chessboard that reflects the game of the seriousness within the game of chess, but then also to honor the Transformers within the game, giving the correct characters the right powers and pieces according to the chessboard. Where it's like, which characters would you consider pawns? Which ones would be considered queen, kings, knights, bishops, rooks? According to the characters that exist. And if anyone wants to join us and discuss on the chessboard, let us know. The join the chat, the link is in the description. So as we wait for the other members to join, I too will get a few things ready on my end.
for the bam bam.
There you go. What are you saying, sir?
I don't hear you though. You can. I know that you can hear me.
Yes.
I'm not hearing you. I got a theory. Am I still? Do you still hear me?
Hmm.
Say something.
Yeah, I can hear you. Children of
OBS Ninja link.
Primus.com, where we have weekly tech issues. And if you become a monthly subscriber, monthly supporter to our Patreon, it will help us to cut down on our weekly tech issues that we've had for numerous weeks. But I mean, speaking of tech, even as secure and as reliable as tech is built, there's many a times when it becomes extremely unreliable and unstable. Which I can report multiple tech issues for the week. Starting the week with Facebook, Instagram, and I believe WhatsApp being down for most of the day. Within that, like also while I was working at locations, the phone networks were completely we're having issues within the province of Ontario, Quebec, and I think some of the western provinces were having issues as well. And then there was all multiple network issues with different servers. So it's basically just a week of tech issues, across the board. So not anything, not anything limited to say one service or one company. I'd say essentially everyone was affected by these issues in one way or another. Which does show the people relying solely on tech to the point that if certain tech fails you, then you're kind of stuck or stranded in terms of how to move forward. With your daily activities. With yo.
Audio output, audio source, output. I don't really do anything other than default. It's no fair.
It's no fair.
Fuck this shit. I had it was working like just yesterday.
And that's just how it is. It's it could be working the same day, and as soon as you need it, it just seems to stop working.
Okay. Sorry. I think I've figured it out.
Okay.
I don't even know how you can hear me, actually.
Magic.
Well, we're going on guess one. Or why don't I go directly into the stream? Yes, that's what I should do. Yo. Check it out.
Okay, duh. Fucking idiot.
There you
Your
go.
man, Professor D, is in the building.
There you go. What are you saying?
I'm saying I'm gonna need a little reset. Burning up from the frustration here.
You two have been caught up in the tech issues of the week.
I mean, I don't know how many times you gotta tell people don't break the internet. People need it for work tomorrow. These motherfuckers is just like so, belligerent motherfuckers is belligerent.
Well, I think it's their way of showing who still has the power over everyone.
Who's they in this scenario?
We speak of Zuckerberg, heads of Google, heads of Rogers, TELUS, all the large CRTC companies, and
Well, if you can't beat them, join them. Isn't that how the story goes? Well, why don't we just become heads of multinational corporations?
yes,
Would we still complain? Is the question.
I think we would still complain. Somewhere along the line, we would find something to complain about.
What are your thoughts on Bill Gates these days?
No thoughts. I've not followed him actually since the documentary.
Could have had new thoughts on the documentary. The documentary, for those interested, is called Bill's Brain. Currently still available on Netflix, I believe.
Nice.
Was there anything relevant from that? So I told you about that documentary. You watched it. You said it was dope. Anything from there at all that you related in some way, or you feel like could be related to Transformers?
Let's see. I mean, in terms of self related to Transformers, I could see the one character that may come to mind is Hoist. Actually Grapple.
Okay.
Grapple having the mindset of Bill Gates of, here's a problem. Let me figure out a way to build a solution to it. And actually creating a solution for a problem.
And then because of politics, it not being implemented.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good,
And sadly, just taking it in his own hands and trying to implement it. Those same politics that he was warned about ended up, being the demise of a perfect project that would have been perfect for both sides and for everyone on the planet.
Which project are you referring to? Just for the sake of the viewers.
The solar energy. His solar energy creation.
Wait. Oh, you're talking about Grapple.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. But what about exactly? But what about? It's funny. It's so funny because what Prime says in that episode, right?
Mm-hmm.
You remember his justification for like saying no?
I'm trying to remember. Well, basically, just in the hands of the Decepticons, it would be dangerous.
Right. If they had that much energy. So now check this out. The war, ostensibly, so we're told, so says Optimus.
Yeah.
And the official narration, all the official channels, right? Meaning the narrator of Transformers, right? It's a battle over resources.
Yes.
So if there's a source of finite energy, of infinite energy,
mm-hmm.
then there would be no war for energy.
No. Yeah, and you would think at that point both sides would call a truce because we've now resolved the energy crisis for everyone.
like, guess what? The thing we were fighting over. Now we have an unlimited supply, so we don't have to fight over it. Here, you guys have unlimited energy. It doesn't cost me anything because I also do.
Yeah, like either we keep it on our side, create it for you, you come over, get whatever you need, or you know what, we'll create
Oh
a
no, be
copy
careful.
for you.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta do that
Yeah, we'll
because
create
otherwise,
a copy for you. Yeah,
manipulation, right?
yeah.
Um,
So no need to fight anymore.
right.
We've resolved it.
Look who just showed up.
Yo!
Look what the proverbial cat dragged in.
Oh!
Yeah.
Too bad it didn't kill him.
Look what Ravage dragged in.
Yes.
Why
Ravage and Steeljaw.
is my logo so weird?
Your logo?
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean by that, bro.
Oh, on the hat, like it's
Yeah.
it's trying to green screen it.
That's weird.
It's so low. What did you say about your hat?
See?
No, I don't see what you're pointing at. I can see your hat, but I don't know what you're pointing at.
You don't see it's pixelated?
Oh, okay. I zoomed in.
Yeah.
Okay, so that
Okay.
means he's got a green screen filter on.
That's weird. I shouldn't have it.
Yeah.
So if you go into the settings in StreamYard, did you log in on your phone?
No.
How'd you log in?
Oh no, with hold on, I'm just going to
Computer?
screen. Yeah.
Okay, well there's an option there. So below where it says audio and camera, if you keep going down,
Yeah,
there's
here
different
we go.
settings.
There we go. Yeah, because that's crazy. There we go. Because I was lagging there for a little bit on my end.
Oh,
Back to normal.
because of the processing, right, Spin?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what's up, everybody? Happy Thanksgiving to all to my Canadian friends and viewers, and to my United States people. Happy
Sunday.
Sunday night football.
Yes.
There you go. All right, what are we talking about? Because today it's all freestyle today, right?
Yeah, it's just random. We've gone over some of the weekly news.
Okay.
We were speaking on D mentioned Bill Gates, which he then referred to the Netflix special. What was the name of the special?
Bill's brain, and where you were, I'll remind you. We just talked about Grapple's project.
Hold on,
Wow.
you're
I'm echoing?
Yeah, you're echoing.
That's so interesting.
I know why.
Now, do you still hear me?
Yeah.
You don't hear me now.
Huh?
No,
Now you're echoing.
It's freestyle glitch day too.
Yeah. Yeah, I was mentioning earlier. It's been a week of
Yeah.
glitches for everyone and everywhere. I can still hear you, but now your screen's frozen.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Headset.
Okay.
Subscribe to our Patreon and help us eliminate help us cut back on our tech issues.
Oh dear.
For real.
You know,
Okay, do I sound okay?
yeah, you're good.
Okay. No, because I'm not using my mic. Mike.
Oh, okay. Mike.
Yeah, Mike.
Mike is not mic'd to the mic.
No. No, D disappeared.
Yes.
So are we talking about like Bill Gates wants to vaccinate everybody and turn them into zombies?
Wow. Well, we were going on the other side of Bill Gates, in terms of how his mind works.
Yeah, freakishly freaky.
Yeah, we haven't gone down the road of the vaccination mindset of Bill Gates, but more of the problem solving side of.
I'm gonna stop you guys there, okay?
Okay.
Because we're on YouTube. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, so we got to be careful. So we got to say Vaseline.
No, let's not use the word Vaseline.
No, I'm telling you why. Because if we start talking about
Right.
the other stuff, we can get banned because they're cracking down on all that. So even though we're joking, YouTube, about all this stuff, you know, if you want to get vaccinated, get your vaccine. You know, we're not against it, or your Vaseline. Okay. Um, they
Slice of bread.
will, yeah, they will ban us because you know they're thinking that we're like some anti whatever, even though we're talking about Transformers and we're just having a joke, right? So, as a disclaimer to YouTube overlords, we're just having fun here. That's all we're saying.
And the
Okay.
overlords. No,
Yeah.
nowhere is safe on the internet.
No.
Oh,
So
I
the
think,
yeah.
like,
So the
right,
Vaselines.
yeah, right after the one lady who works in Facebook, you know, had a 60-minute interview on this Sunday. Like, you know, the following Monday, like Facebook, Instagram, and everything goes down.
No mic. Still got no mic.
Can you believe that?
Yo.
Okay, we can hear you. We can see you.
But can he hear him and see himself? Nope.
Okay. We just got blasted there. All right. So yeah. So the Vaseline guy.
Mm-hmm. That still
Right.
sounds bad.
And we're talking about like the guy that created his name is Bill, and he created something called a gate,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Default.
And but they're like these micro types of gates that he wants to provide the whole world for safety purposes.
OBS. This is OBS. Seriously.
And then you can apply all that stuff on with a nice cream of Vaseline.
You just
Is that
said
what
a
you're
nice
talking
cream
about?
of Vaseline.
Sure. Listen, I just had turkey and a glass of wine.
Yeah, you're losing it.
Okay. All right. I just came back from dropping off the kids too, if you know what I mean.
I heard that.
Okay. So
Yeah, we're doing all the Thanksgiving stuff tomorrow. We're just,
oh yeah?
you know, today was just the runaround day, so saving the dinner and just chilling out for tomorrow.
Tomorrow for me it's cleanup day. Because I finished doing the concrete in the backyard, and so what happened is that the front of the house, you know how the residue from the concrete truck and the wheelbarrow going back and forth and stuff like that, right? So I gotta like get the power washer and spray the whole front down and just to give it that really good clean.
I don't want to hear the word concrete for about a month. And dealt with some concrete from a friend who he actually does waterproofing in basements. And one basement lowered it and completely like added new concrete. And it's a lot of concrete you have to deal with.
Yeah, I did almost 670 square feet.
Wow. Now, did you do it the bags or did you have like concrete brought in?
No, I had concrete brought in, right?
Oh, okay.
But the problem is that I have a walkout, and so on the side of my house, I have like that slope. Right,
okay.
so I couldn't like so they bring in what's called like the hose to pour in the concrete.
Right.
So they had to like wheelbarrow it, right? And so when you're wheelbarrowing it, what happens? You're gonna get some spillage and all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
Right? So yeah.
You know, and each bag is like I think each bag is like 70 pounds. You know, and in terms of mixing it in, or actually no, because you still had it in, but yeah, wheelbarrowing the concrete is not fun.
No. And the thing is, you got to be quick about it too because it starts drying, right? So
yes, yep,
yeah. So you got to get all that stuff out of the way quick. Pretty deep. So I guess D is
yeah, he's gonna try to come back in 30 minutes.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about something else then.
All right. So I went through some of the news for the week.
Okay.
And I think Dee mentioned he was going to have a couple unboxings. But we did mention that the topic on Hot Rod to Rodimus, in relation to Lionel, we're going to do that next week, Sunday. And then the following Sunday will be the topic on different Facebook discussions. And I believe there was one more topic, so that kind of covers for 3 weeks. But I'll have to go back and then after the episode's done, rewatch it to remember what the topic list is.
Okay.
Yeah, because like everyone else, like I just had a busy day, so it's just kind of like now it's 8 o'clock, got to jump on.
No, I totally agree. But you know what? As true Canadians, we power through it. And just to let you know, Americans, stretchy pants.
Wait, what?
Stretchy pants.
Stretchy pants. Explain.
Yep. We gotta give our Americans a little bit of a tip and advice when their Thanksgiving rollover in November. Stretchy pants.
Got it. Now
not tight jeans, not skinny jeans. No jeans. No suit. Khakis.
Stretchy pants.
Stretchy pants.
Yeah.
Without stretchy pants, it's gonna get a little tight.
For at least a week.
For a good week.
Yep.
Al Bundy. Hey, you know what? We got to talk about a little bit about the movies because apparently there's been some updates. I don't know exactly what because I wasn't able to really read about it, but they're talking about some of the characters, some of I don't know, a little bit more of the plot, what's happening. I have no clue.
Okay.
Yeah, like I want to talk about it, but I can't talk about something I don't know. But I want to talk about it.
Yeah, like I've just had like a crazy week, so I haven't had a chance to really catch up on any of that news either. Although I have seen people sharing, images images from the movie set of the vehicle versions of some of the characters, with Optimus being one of them, and Scourge, I believe Nightbird and one other. So there's like, and Jazz. Actually, I think it's Jazz.
Is in it?
Is it Jazz or Mirage?
It's Mirage. Mirage is the Porsche. See, let's talk about that.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
That's going to be a Murder Prime segment right now. Look, you see? Yep. Look how upset your equipment was. It flipped out. Okay.
Hey.
That's what happened. I'm talking to myself. Oh, there you are. Okay. Why would you play around with people's hearts, knowing that Porsche, that classic Porsche? Whenever you see a Porsche, you think of Jazz. No ifs, buts, or buts. I don't care what anybody tells me. Even the movie studio Jazz doesn't even cut it, right? Okay. Now you're gonna bring in a Porsche, knowing this is an iconic vehicle for a Transformer, especially for a legendary character.
Yeah.
A fan favorite. Could I be honest? Could I be secure to say something like that?
I would say so. Like Jazz is a huge fan favorite, and which many forget that there's actually 2 other Porsches in the G1 line as well.
Yeah, but when we talk about Porsche 911, you didn't even have to say 911. You just say Porsche. Forget about Cliff Jumper because now he's a Charger. But he's a Charger now. But the whole point is, when you say Porsche, your mind goes to Jazz.
Yep.
Not to Mirage.
No, never to Mirage.
So I don't understand why they would do something like that. I would have preferred them to say, you know what, if this is like pre Michael Bay Transformer,
Hmm.
why didn't they just make him back to jazz again?
I mean, they were kind of going on the right direction from Bumblebee, and then something just went left for Jazz.
Regardless, I would have never called him Mirage. I would have said, okay, this is pre jazz
Hmm.
Michael Bay before he gets split in half, right? And if I'm not wrong, I think in the comic book he got reassembled somehow and continued to live. I could be wrong. I'm old now. I'm getting old. So
I'm guessing in the newer versions of the comic books.
right, and
Okay.
I could be wrong. If someone can correct me, please do so. Right. I don't want to
Mhm.
give out false information and then we get booted off of YouTube. So the whole point is that you bring a legendary vehicle that's
Mhm.
so synonymous, did I say it correctly,
Mhm.
to a legendary character. All they had to do is just slap on Jazz, and I don't think anybody would have complained at all, except for now because I'm complaining.
Well, it's I mean, again, it goes in the hands of it depends on the hands of who's in charge of writing, production, the overall idea, and are they actually fans of the franchise, and
Yeah,
with many of the discussions, I always bring in the Marvel side of things, and I mean, you could even say the DC side of things, where it's like whoever the character is, they've kept them as that character, and that's the success that they've sold by keeping that character as it is. And I mean, in the DC sense, retelling the same character story, like rebooted every 5 years. um but at least with
yeah.
both Marvel and DC, it's like whoever the character is, that's their storyline. We'll keep them as them. But for Transformers, we just decide to make up characters, switch them around. Because I mean, it's bad enough Mirage is now a Porsche. Scourge is a truck.
Okay, Scourge I can kind of understand to a certain degree. Okay,
Oh, okay.
because you got to remember there is a Scourge in the other canon of Transformer that is a truck. It's
But,
actually he's really Nemesis Prime, but they actually called him Scourge.
but
Okay.
then isn't that the one of the later versions? But I mean, again, if we're now jumping into like G1 and bringing in Beast Wars, which again, um, it's almost like the recent Netflix version where we're kind of bringing in at least like 15 years of a series into like three how many episodes, like 15 episodes.
Listen, I agree.
Mhm.
This is what's called, I don't know, a thing that we learn in school, and sometimes I used to get in shit for this. It's called research. Um, I don't know. I could be wrong. Please tell me. But again, it's why. Like we can go on. Like we can say why. We're never getting an answer until we hear an interview from the producers, the directors, the creators, and all that kind of
Yeah,
stuff, right?
yeah,
But again, it's it's like you have Mirage. Like if I was gonna make Mirage as a character, which like okay, if you're gonna bring him in, because let's face it, Mirage is another cool character. I'm not gonna take anything away from Mirage, right?
oh for sure.
So and plus if they will also bring him in as what's called sorry, he goes invincible and stuff like that, right? So and if they bring a little bit more of that Mirage of, you know, I don't know if I'm a Decepticon, Autobot, I don't know if it's his war, if they bring that kind of Mirage, they would be a little bit good storytelling there, right? So but the whole point is that, they could have gave him another vehicle. Right? Not a Porsche, man. They could have gave him, if I don't know, man. If you're looking at this is based on the '90s, right?
Yeah.
So they could have gave him, I don't know, like a Dodge Viper, let's just say,
Right.
right? If they wanted to go that route or something like that, right? But a Porsche, knowing that this is an iconic vehicle for an iconic character. That's my point, basically.
Yeah.
Hey, Calvin's in the house. What's up, Calvin? We were talking about a little bit about the movies, and we're talking about how they're bringing in a Porsche, being Mirage, and how do you feel about that? And my whole thing was just to give a quick recap to Calvin. You bring in an iconic vehicle that's linked to an iconic character named Jazz, and they're going to call him Mirage.
Mhm.
I don't know. So I just want to know what's your thought, Calvin, on that. If you agree, if you think that's awesomeness, or does that bother you? Because today we're going to talk about everything and anything under the moon because it's our Thanksgiving here in Canada. So we weren't really prepared. The only thing we were preparing it was turkey
Mhm.
and stuffing and cranberry and pie. And you see, hell no, Mirage. Is somebody fighting in the background for more turkey?
Apparently.
So that's what we're talking about right now. We're just talking about, because I know there's been some more movie news that came out. They're showing a little bit more of the characters. Hopefully, we'll run down some of the characters, give our quick opinion about it, right? So Calvin's saying hell no. Thank you, sir, for agreeing. So yeah, like if I had to pick Mirage for his character, like his movie vehicle, I would go with the Dodge Viper.
Yeah, I mean, especially with was that early '90s? Yeah, Viper was like the cool car at the time.
Yep. And you got to remember, it's a two-seater because he's a Formula One vehicle, and you can't be driving around on the streets as a Formula One, right?
Right.
Now they could use which was it again? F9, Fast and Furious 9, and use that vehicle that the bad guy was driving, right?
Yeah.
But I don't see that happening in either two, right? So I would have gone with the Dodge Viper.
I think there was a funny meme, cartoonish meme on that. Optimus asking the team, which vehicles did you choose to just blend in, naturally as like Earth vehicles, and it's like Mirage, Wheeljack, and all picked the vehicles that would not blend in. As regular everyday vehicles, and then you have Cosmos, and I'm like, okay, you guys aren't even trying now.
Well, you know what? If that was the case, okay, so what were the regular cars you pick? I'd definitely go with a Ford Taurus.
Oh gosh,
right? Think about it, like Ford Taurus. No one's looking at that.
No one's looking at it. I don't think anyone who even owned the Taurus, Sable, and I think the Mercury. Like
There
even
you go.
people who owned it didn't even want to admit to owning those vehicles. So
Or
why
even-
would an Autobot want to be one of those?
Well, if Proud came, he would have been at Crown Victoria.
That's true. Wait, were they? Yeah, I think that was
Yeah.
like the earlier
Yep.
years of them. Yep.
Because they became Ford, right? So, yeah, Crown Victoria. What else? Maybe like a Cutlass Sierra.
So between Prowl, Blue Streak, and then later Red Alert.
Well, Red Alert would be like one of those fire pickups.
Right.
Like Ironheim would be definitely a Dodge Caravan.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute! No, he could still be the that Toyota. Remember Toyota had that their minivan that was back. It was out in the '90s. He'll be that. Sorry.
Him and Ratchet.
Yeah, yeah. What other cars? The Tempo. Yeah, you mentioned Tempo already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everyone had a Tempo. So then you'd also have to throw in the ponies, the early Civics.
I was gonna say the Chevelle.
Ooh, that and the Mustangs.
No, it'd be a Chevelle. Like no, you know the little Chevy Chevelles,
Mm-hmm.
not the muscle one, like the Chevelle.
Yep, I remember those.
That was like a 2 liter.
Yep.
That I could see as either cliff jumper if it was red.
Oh, for sure.
Those would be the mini bots. Okay, so let's go back to Scourge. So Scourge is going to be a pickup. Sorry, another rig.
Yeah.
And so to me, I think was that More Than Meets the Eyes cartoon?
I'm not sure because I haven't watched those other versions of Transformers. They're still on my list to watch.
Yeah. So there was, like I said, Scourge. That was like Nemesis Prime ish. Can't remember if it's Robots in Disguise.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta see this is where Anthony comes in because again he's a young guy. He remembers these things. So I can understand they brought that character in, right, to give that competition to Optimus. You know, it'd be cool if they had like a battle. Remember that one episode where Mortarmaster was fighting against Optimus, who's a better truck?
Yeah.
And then they had that one, at that last episode where they just crashed right into each other.
Mm-hmm.
And then everybody thought Optimus lost because Mortarmaster was like, and then he falls.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool.
That would be cool.
That'd be a nice homage to the Transformers there. G1. Yeah. So what do you think about that? What do you think about another rig being in the Transformer movies?
Yeah, and it's I mean, after not sure which movie. It's kind of after a while you just lose concern on not even the continuity, just in terms of like which characters exist. Because I mean them, Megatron being a truck is like
Not once, but
twice. So after a while, it's like, you just now that another truck shows up, I'm like, well, okay, we've got another truck. It's and until they actually like fix the entire franchise and redo everything properly, like I'll probably expect another truck for the next version. Like Rumble and Frenzy will show up as trucks, and like and we'll just have to accept it.
Okay, so my question to you is this, then, before we move on to other characters, because that's a good thing what you just said about rebooting.
Mm.
Would you say? Would it be good to do that now? Just do a full reboot, like literally just a full reboot of all the Transformer movies that we saw. Mm-hmm. Somehow, I don't know, do some. Oh, here we go. One second, I gotta scream at people.
All right.
Yeah, unfortunately, I still gotta set up my studio upstairs. But
yes,
like do some like future. I don't want to future, past, future, present, whatever it was from X-Men, and just kind of reboot the whole thing.
Yeah,
Days of Future Past.
Future Past. Yes, yeah, just corrected everything.
Yeah, just correct everything and just get like the main characters in there first. If you want to kill them off after, that's fine, but at least get them in there with the right characters, the right vehicles, the right plot, the right story. Would you want something like that?
Yes.
Do you think now is a good time to do it, or do you think 20 years from now?
Now would be a good time to do it. Because I mean, if Days of Future Past was able to do it, while they were still currently running the movies, now's the perfect time. And the episode they could actually branch that off from is I believe not War Dawn. But the one where they send the aerial bots back in the time to meet up with Ryan Pax. like that would be the episode to reboot everything.
Yeah, you know what? If I agree, I totally agree because let's be honest, okay. And I hope Calvin jumps in and gives his opinion as well too.
Mhm.
I didn't like the Netflix Transformer as much. The movies are the movies. It is what it is,
Mhm.
right? If I had to pick, again, we've talked about this from before. You know, for me, it's Dark Side of the Moon and then Bumblebee.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And the only thing that really got me back into Transformers again, like watching and so forth, was Transformers Prime.
Right.
Right? I thought they did a really good job of kind of like bridging all the canons in together. Right? A little bit of the
Yeah.
Michael Bay, a little bit of G1, a little bit of some of the other, canons. I personally believe if they're gonna do something, I think this is the time to do it now.
Yeah. Like that. Like the Prime version of the cartoon is has been like the most agreed upon, variation. If they were to redo everything, at least run with the Prime, the Prime storyline.
The only thing that I would do with Prime storyline, I'd get rid of some of the humans. So I have an issue.
Mhm.
My issue is when you got too many humans involved. I know
Mhm.
it's on Earth. I know, you got to save costs and all that, so that's why you got to get a little bit of the humans in there, right? I get all that, right?
Mhm.
But I would like to see a movie where it's just a full blown out Transformer action where it's like it just looks like a typical war movie.
Well, I mean, again, it goes in the hands of the writing and production, because you can look at you look at Marvel movies, X-Men movies, and everything else, and there's multiple humans involved. Many of them, they don't have any superpowers, any mutant powers, and they're just associated or slightly connected to the plot of the movie, but they don't become the focus of the movie. Whereas like with the Transformers movies, it's like the focus is on the people, and the Transformers are guest stars in their movies. But in like a Marvel movie, like you'll just have a regular human who's maybe higher ranked, but the focus isn't on him because he's not a Marvel character. So like everything's happening, but he's like 2% of the movie. Whereas like they seem to have lost that concept in for the Transformers movies, where the humans are like 80% of the movie, and it when it's not supposed to be, because the war is about robots, not the relationship of humans.
No, and I totally agree. I like that line where you said about Transformers being guest stars in their own movie,
Mm-hmm.
right? Um, what's a really good example, and I actually quite enjoyed it, was Rogue One.
Sorry, which one?
Like Star Wars Rogue One.
Oh, okay.
I really liked that movie, and the reason why I liked it because it was just a plain, straight out war movie, right?
Okay.
And they were able to do it without having like any of the major stars, right?
Mm-hmm.
Featured heavily in it. And the cool thing about it, when they did bring that major star Vader, right? Spoiler, I guess I gotta tell you for the people that
Mm-hmm.
haven't watched World War One. When he came in for that brief little moment,
Mm-hmm.
like I was in like it was funny because we did my son's birthday party. We did like a Star Wars theme party. I don't know
Nice.
if you remember this. I actually posted on Facebook. We actually everybody like we had the birthday party at over there in Woodbridge, the movie theater over there. What's it called again?
Oh, Colossus.
Thank you. So we're at
Yes.
Colossus. We had the birthday party there. We had like the pizza and all that kind of stuff, right? And then
Okay.
I had all the kids dressed up as stormtroopers,
Nice.
right? And then I actually dressed up as Darth Vader, right?
Okay.
And we literally walked in with the Imperial March, and then everybody like in the movie theater was just looking at us like, that's crazy, right?
That's
So,
cool. That's cool. Yeah.
but the whole point that where I'm getting at is that when Vader, that last couple of minutes that he was in there, just
Hmm.
friggin' just Jason killed everybody. You know what I mean? Like what I mean by like Jason, like Friday the 13th, just pop, 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 whatever. That was
Okay.
cool, right? Because he was there for that couple of minutes, and that was just awesome, right? And especially that last pose, right? And you can see that transition into A New Hope. But the whole point is that they weren't dominant characters, right?
Hmm.
And the movie was just a good old fashioned war movie.
Okay.
And I would love to see something like that in Transformers, where they just have a flat out war movie, just like intense, high action. It's like your heart is racing. You know what I mean? Like, oh my god, watch out! Like you feel like you're in that battle, and you're like, oh my god, everything's like in despair, and you're like,
Hmm.
no, and then the good things happen after, right? The good guys win, but then there's that plot twist, right? Something like that. I would like to see. Just
And the,
one. That's all.
the the Netflix version almost had that potential because I mean
Yeah.
the one angle which was cool was them expanding on the storyline before coming to Earth, which the original cartoon never did that. So I mean, really, they were at war for how many years? Like it should have just been like
Years,
scenes of
centuries.
war, yeah, for
Yeah.
centuries, like just continuous war, leading up to them leaving Cybertron.
Well, it was like I mentioned this to you, and I mentioned this to Dee and Anthony as well. For me, I thought it was too slow and too much talking.
Mhm. Oh yeah,
Right?
I mean, too much talking, and then the speed of talking didn't help.
No, right? It's cool seeing Ultra Magnus getting his head chopped off and whatever, and then Jeff fired, jumping size.
Hmm.
That's pretty cool. I like that, right? But if it was just a little bit more intense,
Hmm.
right? And I think something like that would be great to reboot. Like going back to what you're saying, have the aerial bots somehow get warped back into time,
Hmm.
and then they just land right in the middle of a high, just like a high intense battle going on, and people are getting pinged off left, right, and center. They're ducking. They're like, "What the fuck is going on here?" You know what I mean? Like, "Holy shit, I can't move, man!" And then like one of the aerial bots get heavily damaged. You're like, "Oh my god!"
Hmm.
It's just like really intense, right?
Yep.
And you're like you have some emotion attached to it, right?
Hmm.
And I think that would be really cool if they could pull something off like that, right? What do you think, Calvin? You agree or what? What's going on? You're quiet, man.
Calvin's just taking in what we're saying.
All right. But going back to what we're saying about the movie, about Scourge. So
Hmm.
I guess we're in agreement. There's far too many rigs.
Yeah.
Okay, so hopefully they cut down on the rig. What do you think?
Well, I was just thinking how many rigs did exist. Between Optimus, Motormaster, Octane.
No, I'm talking about the movies.
No, I know. I'm just thinking. Yeah, it's funny. Why didn't they go with Octane? I mean,
That's a good question.
he's a rig. Like they picked Scourge. Why couldn't they have just gone with Octane? But I know you were saying it ties in with Nemesis Prime. Which again, why didn't they just call him Nemesis Prime? Or are they not allowed to use the?
I'm sure they are, but I would have. You know what? I think that's a better choice going with Octane because he's a triple changer,
Hmm.
and he was a bit of a plot schemer as well too,
Yeah.
right? And so, yeah, man. You know what? I'm just thinking about what you're saying right now. Yeah, they should have went with Octane.
Like they really need to sit down and just like rework the entire franchise, and then also understand the characters and and whatever they're trying to do, whatever their overall goal is, they need to really sit down and consult with someone who can give them a better direction, and like, well, these are the characters you can use, you should use, or or kind of go in this direction. And I know some would argue, and it's like, oh, you guys you older guys are just trying to make it identical. And I'm like, well, no, we don't want it identical line by line, scene by scene. Like, we just want it to make sense. Like that, it just needs to make sense.
No, you're absolutely correct. My argument will be not just only making sense, but making it work.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I mean, Mirage being a Porsche, that's an automatic no. Like someone, like, who did they not consult someone on that?
That all they had to do is pull some 40-year-old guy and say, "Hey, man, what do you think about Mirage as a Porsche? Are you stupid?" That's the reply you would have got. Are you stupid? What's wrong with you? That's jazz.
So
anybody knows that.
Like, I'm guessing, the next movie will have Grapple as a fire engine. Hoist will be Grapple. Let's see, who else can we just mix up?
But you know what? If they're gonna do like that whole '90s, you know who they could have brought in? Chairbraker.
Oh, for sure. Like a Pathfinder, the Chevy, like 4x4s were huge in the '90s.
Exactly. He could have been like a Chevy, what's it called, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Or because they already did the whole Suburban.
Yes.
Right.
In the earlier one.
Right. He could have been a Ford Explorer.
Mm-hmm.
Or even a Jeep Grand Cherokee. That was huge in the '90s.
Oh yeah.
Right. Remember the black and gold one?
Oh yeah, the Cherokees, the early Pathfinders. What was it? The Isuzus. Like they're like that was the time for the 4x4 trucks.
Yeah.
Like, so that's easy. Pathfinder, Trailbreaker.
So I would have brought like Trailbreaker. Okay, so all right, so let's look at it like this then.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, we could have brought Trailbreaker. Could have been any of those 4x4s because he fits it, because that's his vehicle mode.
Yeah.
Right. Because it was a Chevy Blazer, right? Am I correct?
Yeah. I actually don't know what model he was.
Hey, listen, he could have been a Ford Bronco.
Actually, I think.
But and call it OJ Juice.
Oh dear. Wait, a Geo Tracker.
Yes. Even better.
Oh yeah, the Geo Trackers, the Samurais. What else? And there was one other
Chevy
one.
Track.
Wait, Tracks?
No, that's now.
Yeah, so it was a Tracker.
I think it was a Tracker. Was it a Tracker?
There was another one. There was another one. Yeah,
it was a small one.
Yeah, everyone had a few people in school had them.
Yeah, there was that I'm gonna get in trouble saying this, but there was that chick. She had blonde hair. What the hell her name was? Well, listen, man. I grew up in the '80s, so fuck off. So, anyways, you know what I'm talking about. Hound would have been another good character to bring in.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, Hound's easy. Yeah, like, you just get a Jeep.
There you go. And I think he would have been great because he had his holograms.
Yeah.
Right. So you see, there you go. I would have brought Hound, Trailbreaker. Mirage would have been what's called a Viper, if you want to go that route, or Ford Taurus. It's up to you. Ultimate,
a Viper and a Taurus. It's so different.
What's called? Then you got Prime. Then you got Bumblebee. There's your 5 characters right there.
There's your 5.
Right.
Yeah.
And then could have gone with Octane.
Mm-hmm.
And who are the other Decepticons?
Nightbird, I think, is one of them.
Okay, so what would you put Nightbird? You gonna put her as a bird?
That's a good question. I mean, considering she didn't transform initially, like, what would be a good alt for her?
I would think maybe, what was huge back in those days, and it goes with the theme: a motorcycle, a Honda Ninja. It's all up here, kids.
Yeah.
All right. So I would have made her into a Honda Ninja. So you got her, and who else? Can you pull up the list? Let's pull up the
Wait.
list. New Transformers
Wait, which list?
characters.
Oh, okay. Sorry, from the G1 or for the movie
The
that's
movie.
coming out.
No. The movie.
Okay.
Let's see here. All right, we suck, eh? We should know this stuff already. And we'll call ourselves a Transformer experts.
Well,
Oh,
you know,
so we
when
have
life it jumps in, you lose track of the hobbies.
yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you were saying?
I can't find it. Why?
Oh, I thought you just had it.
No, I thought I did. One second. Robot cast. Here we go.
Yo,
Yo,
I'm in the show.
Paul Morris, the show.
Boom, rush the show.
Yeah, here it is again.
I know.
Geo Tracker. Yeah, Chevy Blazer, but I think he should have been a Bronco.
I said that.
Oh, did
Yeah.
you say Bronco? Okay, I didn't hear
Yeah.
you say Bronco. You were like when you were like saying all these other things. I'm like, dude, Bronco.
I did say Bronco. That's where
Okay.
I put Bronco.
But
And OJ.
What'd you say? Bronco and what?
I said we should make him as a Bronco, and it should be orange, and his license plate says juice on it.
Yeah, that'd be dope. Hey, do you know that they made like somebody did a color variant of Trailbreaker in orange?
Really?
Maybe that was the joke.
Oh wow, I never knew that.
Yeah, it went right over my head. If that's the case.
That's funny.
Google this. Trailbreaker orange variant Magic Square. Magic Square is the company that made them. But it's either Magic Square, which is recent, or else the other company that it might have been is in the Masterpiece scale, which was the MMC. Did I say Trailbreaker? I meant Hoist. Yeah. So the MMC Hoist.
Okay.
Oh, I'm confusing myself. No, it's Trailbreaker. Never mind. It's Trailbreaker. So MMC may have made an orange. Sorry, yeah, may have made an orange one. I know they did a yellow one, or else I think it's Magic Square.
I'm just looking up your getup right now, man. It's like, are you pulling off the huge Hefner of Transformers?
Yeah, that was my point. I'm glad you got it. Right. Like I was good. Like I was like taking a shower, trying to just recalibrate myself because I had a long day or whatever.
Right.
And then I was having tech difficulties, so I just called in on my phone right now. But yeah, I was gonna go get dressed, and I'm like, yo, it's we hanging out Sunday night, Hugh, Hugh Hefner style. Who better than Hugh Hefner?
You just need RC and Alita One next to you.
I'm sure I can arrange that with the green screen. I'm sure I can get that popping. Like I said, I'm refreshed now, so I should be able to.
See, you're fresh and impressed. Okay, so
Diaclone Yellow Trailbreaker Quickie.
Oh.
Yeah, so the yellow is diaclone, right? So my question is, if there's an orange one, like it actually couldn't mean anything other than OJ, because the diaclone is not orange.
Yeah, apparently got loose.
So what you're showing there, that's MMC, right? Too small for me to see from here.
Let's see. Another. I can't make it. I can't make an article out of this quickie. Impossible not to think of nacho cheese and Diaclone number 5 robot helix 4-wheel drive, referred to as yellow trailbreaker. Released.
Oh, you're looking at the original. You're looking at the original. I didn't realize. I just asked you what company it was. I was like, oh, I think it's MMC or whatever. Yeah, this is the original. Okay, so MMC did a color variant of their masterpiece scale one, and they did this color as a convention exclusive. Nice. So then, if there is an orange one, so they didn't do an orange one, MMC. So it's Magic Square, or I invented it in my head. Either of those are equally possible.
Spin, you have this figure, right? Well, not this particular figure. You have the original Trailbreaker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so do I.
Oh. Okay, they did Trailbreaker and Hoist.
So maybe you got confused with Hoist.
Yeah, every company does both, obviously.
Yeah.
Right.
You guys hear me well right now? Do I sound exactly the same, or am I breaking up?
No, you sound a little louder, but you're at least you're not echoing.
But I'm clear. Like if I talk right now, like you hear me clearly? Okay, dope.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. This is Bluetooth, so I'm mobile. It's kind of neat.
You're not auto-tuning. So were you listening to? I guess you were listening to what Mike and I were talking about, right?
Yeah, for the most part. I totally agree with you on the. Okay, let me weigh in on what you already said. So not only do I agree with what you said, and furthermore, like what are the defenses? Like I'm trying to like come up in my head with like their reasons, right? Like how could it have, it's like so close and yet so far off, right? Yeah. Like it's one thing, it's like, oh, you couldn't get the right car for the character, and now we're like upset because there's no other car that really matches the character. Not the case. You got a car that is one of the characters. It's not only so like, Orlani, everything you said is true. Is like Jazz is Jazz was second in command in the first few episodes, so he's a critical character.
Yeah.
But beyond that, but even if he's not, even if it wasn't like iconic character, iconic vehicle, which it is, even if not that, just the fact that a bunch of the vehicles that they have in this movie there was no Transformer that had that exact vehicle. But if you're like, for instance, the Charger, right? Like Bumblebee is a Charger. He's not or Quick Jumper is.
No, he's a Camaro.
Camaro. Okay, yeah. So but my point is, he's not a VW Bug. So if you take a particular vehicle that was never in the series, then it really doesn't matter which character you map it onto. Right. But if you take a vehicle that already is associated with the character, then it just looks like you don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's the point. And you're saying like, oh, they gotta have research spin. You're saying they gotta have researchers. Like, there's no way they didn't know this. They obviously knew it, right? So it's just a thing of like they're balancing different interests, like, okay, well, Porsche has this to say, and then these other companies have this. Oh, you know what it could be? I figured it out. I just figured it out, and I know the answer now. Well, I'll put money on it. Okay, go ahead.
I have a feeling I know what your answer is. But I was gonna say they made that mistake before with the Jet, when they could have easily picked one of the Seekers and they called it Blitzwing. And
let's not go there yet, because it may not be. Because it's not going to be the same as this.
Okay.
Here's the reason. Here's the thing. Getting dressed for a hot date. Not really.
No.
Just getting dressed to be on my podcast, which should be beginning anytime now. Children of
Sorry.
Primus. You gotta check it out. It's dope. And on Children of Primus right now, you get to find out first time why they didn't call him Jazz. Here's why. So they got that vehicle because he was going to be Jazz. And then they found out that in one of the previous movies, so it was brought to the attention of Legal that we already had a Jazz in the previous movie, which you mentioned, or Lottie, that he got ripped apart. But what vehicle was he?
He was a Pontiac Solus.
Yeah.
And they made a deal with Pontiac that Jazz is your Solus because Pontiac paid money, right? Like these cars are like actually, unlike in G1 and unlike in the toys, the cars that they've been using through the Michael Bay movies from major sponsors, like that's been advertising for whatever GM or Ford, and GM, paid them, or whatever car company paid the film production.
Right.
So what it could be is that in that contract, Hasbro or whoever has agreed that on-screen depictions of Jazz will be the Pontiac, whatever. Did you say Solstice?
Solus.
Solus.
But the problem is that Pontiac.
Yeah, so they're not allowed to use.
Yeah, but Pontiac is no longer around.
Somebody owns the trade.
Well, GM
it's
does.
still. Yeah, GM owns it. So
yeah, so the licenses are still in effect.
So the license is in effect. So if you're going to put Jazz on screen, it's got to be you signed that it's going to be one of our properties, specifically this one.
And you know what? I would actually back that statement with and it ties in with the previous episode on the General Lee. I mean, everyone knows of the Dukes of Hazzard, and Bo and Luke and the General Lee. When John Schneider played Clark Kent's dad in Smallville, Tom Wopat, I think, had one or two guest appearances on the show. And they actually did you got to explain to us as well as we don't know who these actors are, so you're just throwing names out.
I know.
Okay, so Bo, Bo Duke, who's a real name.
The original actor who played Bo.
The original actor.
That's what you got to say.
Bo, is Tom. And the original, is John, and the original actor who played Luke. His name is Tom. So the original actors from Dukes of Hazzard. That we all grew up with.
Right.
Years later.
Figuratively speaking, that is.
Right. Years later, John Schneider, who played Bo in Dukes of Hazzard, now plays Clark Kent's dad in the Smallville series. Within the series, there's an episode where Clark Kent's Jonathan Kent is the father. So within the series, Jonathan Kent's old friend comes to visit him, and his old friend is Tom Wopat, who played his cousin Luke in Dukes of Hazzard. How they introduce the scene is Luke shows up in a Dodge, I think a 69 or 1970 Dodge Charger, but it's painted,
this is cool.
It's painted, I think it was like dark blue or green. And the scene, basically, the car drives in, and it's kind of like jumping over like a small dirt patch. Drives up onto the Kent's farm and everything, and they're making like all sorts of jokes, and Tom jumps in and he's like, you usually just climb in through the window and leave the keys in, and it's like just all sorts of Dukes of Hazzard references, but they couldn't they couldn't bring the orange car, the old one and everything on Smallville, because the whole likeness of the General Lee is owned by like a whole other studio.
What studio?
I believe Warner Brothers studio.
Okay.
You know what would have been funny? Imagine there was like a little scratch. One second. No, let me just say this joke.
Okay, go.
Imagine there was like a little scratch on the paint, and then under that paint it revealed a little color orange.
That would
That would be funny.
That would be funny.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so now, is this what you heard? Like, this is information that you heard, or are you speculating on some of it, like as to the reason why they couldn't use the names and exact likeness? Like, do you know that, or are you speculating on the reason?
With Mirage and
No, Spin. I'm asking Spin a specific question because I'm going to say something about it. So I'm just asking for clarification.
Oh, it's speculating as in what I was just mentioning?
Namely, you said they couldn't use the orange General Lee because that was contracted to a different studio.
Correct. Yeah, that's not speculation. That's an actual fact.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Okay.
All right. So as true as that may be, it's got to also be the case. And here I thought it was interesting, when we looked at the Wikipedia article and there was so little on this at all. It's also got to be the case that it's a risk for any entertainment company to use the General Lee because it's a symbol of Southern racism, specifically the flag.
Yeah.
So that could be another reason why, or that could be the real reason, in fact, why they didn't name the characters, but they didn't say their names, and they didn't show, the General Lee with the classic design.
Right.
And then they could have given the other story as like cover. And it would work, and that works perfectly because for the people who are going to enjoy the appearances anyway, they're going to know exactly who they are. And the people who wouldn't enjoy it or who would try to sue over it, they can say no, it's not the same characters.
And the thing is, like, I've known I don't know if you met him or you might have, but there was one actor who at the time he was going to work on the comedy troupe, and at the time he was asking to use his real name in any of our productions because it would have been a legal issue using his acting name, which was already, I believe, under ACTRA and a few other things. And there's like also other shows and references where you'll see this, where two characters and maybe some sort of iconic reference from the 70s and 80s may reappear in a newer show, but they can't use the names or a direct mention of that reference in the new show. But they can make jokes about it because any of those references are still licensed and owned by those original studios and production companies.
Want to hear a funny story pertaining to that? So there was a band from the 60s, Clarence Clearwater.
Oh yeah, I've listened to their stuff.
Right. So the lead singer, right? So eventually that band broke up after, right? And so the lead singer continued to sing.
Yeah.
But what happened to that, because he has that iconic kind of voice, right? His old band members and the manager trying to sue him or try to put a stop on him, saying you cannot use that voice that you're using because that's so iconic and it's iconic to the group.
Wow, that's brutal.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
And so they're like, they had to go to court because the guy's like, this is my voice, man. This is the way it sounds. I'm not going to change my voice, right? And so eventually, after a couple of years in court and everything, the judge finally said, okay, you know what? That's that guy's voice, man. Like, he can't change it, right?
Yeah.
So he eventually won, the lead singer, right? So
it'd be funny if it was like, it'd be different if it was like one of these like Australian actors, right?
Yeah.
Who like their regular, their accent is an Aussie accent. Or there's a lot of singers like that too. I think maybe Lorde is like that, and there's a bunch of them who put on an American accent to do American pop music. So it'd be funny if the lawsuit might be less cut and dried in a scenario like that.
Yeah, but how
Well, it
crazy
is
is that?
funny with what is Hugh Jackman, Deanna Troy from Star Trek. When you hear them in interviews, and it's like, oh, like as a child, you think like here's just like another American actor, and like
Right.
you're not American. Like now, I'm hearing your actual accent.
Yeah, that's funny.
Hmm.
So I'm having a lot of fucking problems today. Now this TV is not even turning on.
It's tech issue week. It's been all week.
Yeah, it's just like flashing.
Ooh,
It sounds bad, right?
yeah. We try plugging into another receptacle.
Yes, I just did that. Another outlet. Technically accurate. Yeah. What the F? So the Blitzwing thing. Did they ever give like an official answer to that?
I don't recall, only for the fact that that
Like
it was
why they
just,
colored it? Why would you color them that way and then call them Starscream? I don't know what
like,
goes on in the minds of these people.
like there was just hundreds and hundreds of jokes for like months on end about that. So I don't even know if there was an official any official word related to the reasoning behind that.
Yeah, like how do they justify that shit?
Like even my joke at one point, the scene where Starscream throws Megatron out of Astro Train,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like in my version, it's Megatron saying, "Well, I still function," and Starscream says, "Want to
You
bet?"
want to bet?
So when Megatron's flying out of Astro Train, he's yelling Blitzwing, and Starscream's just throwing up question marks.
Nice. That's funny.
Okay, so where we're going at now?
Well, just as we were saying in terms of licensing with characters and likeness and everything, and then why did they take a character who looks exactly like Starscream and call him Blitzwing? But then here's the thing: if it's within the same studio or same production or same company, that really shouldn't be an issue because I mean, look at Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Like, they just brought in a different Aunt Viv, and Jazz was the only one to call it out. So it's not like a whole different production company is recreating Transformers. It's still underneath either the same production or still underneath Hasbro. So Hasbro can't then say, well, it's going to be a licensing issue. Like, we own that license.
Well, not just only that, they can always turn around to GM and say, "Hey, listen, Pontiac is no longer around, right? So we can't license, Jazz to that Pontiac Solus when it's gone. Like the whole company's gone. So that should not involve the contract itself right there and say, okay, it's open to interpretation now, right? So that's where they could bring back into say, okay, you know what? Now we're gonna put Jazz as a Porsche, which he rightfully should have been in the first place, right? So.
Although, on that sense, I could easily say the flip side of that. Depending on whatever contracts they wrote up on that.
Contract is always meant to be broken.
True, but meant to be broken depending on the power that you have behind you. And I mean, Hasbro versus the auto companies, like that's Hasbro would lose that battle within a minute.
Yeah, but it's not just only Hasbro; it's Paramount, right? So
Right.
you have. Listen, every contract is meant to be broken. There's no ifs or buts, right? You just got to do it the right way. But going back to what we were saying before, so if we're like, again, so D, finish your side about what we were talking about. Like, would you?
I was just agreeing. And I gave my theory as to why it might be right that what explains the Jazz mix up. Like it's also so weird because like
as you said, like they've done so much of this already in the past. Like, what is the incentive for continuing to do it? Right?
Money.
You know, it's like they fix something, and then but then they're gonna go and mess this other thing up. Like, why? You know, it's fine to make mistakes, just don't keep making the same mistakes. You know, you're never gonna get anywhere like that.
Well, I mean, it's just you know, a large part of it is money, but then the other half is you put it in the hands of people who don't realize they're making mistakes. So mistakes.
No, but you keep saying that, but like I don't think that can be the case though. It's not at all true that they don't have people who work there that do the research and know, the alt modes and the names and the pertinent information better than we do. They hire lots of people who, for that stuff.
They did like,
but then they disregard it.
But okay, but
hold on, spin. Here's the thing that the way you talk about it makes it unclear if you recognize, like, you're saying they made a mistake, like they didn't realize that vehicle was actually Jazz's vehicle in G1.
Right.
They didn't like make a mistake by accident. They decided to, not follow the continuity in that way.
Yeah, that word decided. Well, I was
exactly. That's the key word. You got to keep that in mind because they made that decision.
I have to back up D here, Mike. Let me just jump in here for a second because before they did Bumblebee 2 and what's it called, The Last Night, they had a writer's room. What was it? The producer Bono, whatever his name is, the main producer. He actually did a writer's room where he brought in like tons of people, and they came in there. They basically explored, and they said it themselves in these interviews that they explored all the lores, all the canon of Transformers. They did a whole bunch of concepts. They did a whole bunch of storylines. They brought in like even the beasts and everything under the moon, under the sky, under the sun, all the cliche you want to put out there, right? They did that. So during that time, are you telling me that didn't recognize, any of the characters with their matching vehicles, especially the iconic characters? So I have to agree with D saying that they decided to do that.
I mean, it's a bad decision, but they did decide to do that.
And like I said before, if you take any 40 years old and you walk on the streets and you say, what character is Jazz? Oh, he's a Porsche.
Any 4-year-old on the street?
40-year-old.
40. Yeah. Correct.
Think about it, man. If someone came up to you and say, "Hey, so Mirage is a Porsche," what would you say to him?
Do you hear this?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is that?
My computer going nuts.
Week-long tech issues. Well,
yeah, let's not talk about it. Just makes it worse when we talk about it.
Yeah, the one guy who's a friend of a friend who worked on the Star Trek set in Toronto. He shows posts of like other productions that he works on, and it ties into that one lady who came by the studio when we had the larger studio some years ago when they were working on the 50 Cent movie. And I've never seen our posters in that movie. Have you ever watched the movie and looked for our posters?
I've seen it. It's like briefly in one scene you can just kind of make it out, but the point of the whole lady is her job was like, okay, I'm working on this 50 Cent movie.
This is what Spin just said. The point of the whole lady.
Yeah, the point of the whole lady.
Exactly.
Yes. So her job.
She was born to do this job. Tell them, Spin.
is the authenticity of the scene to so it's like, okay, the studio hired me and said, hey, we've got this guy who's a rapper, and and like every other rapper back in the 90s, they had their room look like this, or they went to clubs who look like this. So we want to research with actual people in the scene. What did your room look like? What posters did you have? What clothing did you have? What were you listening to? And when they recreate it, and I've seen that in different shows, it's like, this is exactly what my room would look like in the 90s. It would have had this poster, like I would have been wearing these clothes. All of a sudden, a transforming a NASA shuttle wouldn't show up in my bedroom, because that never happened in the 90s. But somehow, the mindset of these other people, let's just add things that never happened, and that's what we decided to do, and we're just going to run with it.
Yeah, but Spin, you're not. The way you're talking about it is like. Are you hearing me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The way you're talking about it. What?
So stop smashing things. That's all.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. No, thanks for reminding me. I should mute my mic so it doesn't mess up the whole conversation. I'll mute my mic while I'm just listening. But the way you're talking about it doesn't make it clear enough. I just heard this weird beep in my ear. Everything's still good? Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. So the way you're talking about it, really, I think you're still thinking about it like they just made a mistake, or it's just whatever, as opposed to like they made a decision. So they knew, which vehicle is what character, and then okay, they decided on it, and now why? Right now, we don't know why. We can only speculate.
Right.
We can be irritated. We can be irritated at the fact that they did it. And we can obviously we have to be cognizant of the fact we don't know why, but whatever it is, and that's what we speculate on. But whatever it is, it's like that thing was worth more money to them than our annoyance, right? So they do a calculation. They do a calculation of like, okay, we know that there, X number of the fandom, X number of guys in the fandom are going to be irritated by this. But, whether it's a contract with Pontiac, whether it's a, whatever else, right, consideration, they decided, they have some rough calculation of what they think it's worth to change it. How much did they lose in either situation, how much they gain. And they just decided, we're going to gain more money because these 40-year-olds are going to come anyway. Like they got their Optimus Prime, they got this thing. They're going to grumble, but they're going to go look at that Porsche.
Yeah, and the same thing happens in the tech world. Certain people will complain about certain things, and I'm like, but you know what? With this company, your complaint is 0.00001 of interest of them. You're off their radar. And in the tech world, I told them the same thing actually happened to a early hip hop artist, Ice-T. At a certain point when he was having
an early hip hop artist, a little known hip hop artist from the West Coast, known. His name was Tracy. You might know him by the cool name.
You might know him by the cool name. Yeah, and he had issues with his record label, and they brought him into the executive office, a large record, in the large boardroom, and they sat him down and they said, okay, let's
one of the giant boardroom tables, those great big wooden boardroom tables you've seen in movies.
Yep, you see in movies. And after he listed his complaints, I think one of them took out a penny and put it on the corner of the table, and it goes, okay, you see this entire table? This is our company. This penny is is what we think of you. So we don't really think of you.
I think it was a quarter.
My question is that my question has always been, I would like to know that.
Yeah.
I would like to hear one of their interviews and say, hey, you know what? we understand that this iconic vehicle should have been with this iconic character, but this is the reason why we had to go this way.
Yeah,
Regardless if I
that would have been good. That would have been good. They should have. You know,
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%. Like, what they should have done is like gotten out ahead of it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But maybe when they start doing the promo, like the press for this, no, they are doing press, right? Like all these kind of leaks, that's them doing press. So it doesn't make no sense. Why didn't they put out along with those pictures of those you know, when they first revealed? Oh my God! Seriously, guys.
I was gonna say if the executives you know did a political interview, we would never get an answer out of them, because there was a friend shared sent me an interview of Justin Trudeau with a female interviewer from Global TV, I believe, in BC, and she just grilled him and embarrassed him and just asked him all sorts of questions, and it was embarrassing. And it's like, this guy's running our country, and for every question that she asked him, he just kept dodging it, going around circles, and I think the interview was like about 12 minutes. At the end of it, you know, he almost snapped at the interviewer saying, well, we didn't speak about this and we didn't speak about that. And she's like, but people aren't concerned about this. Like, you know, we're asking you questions. You didn't answer. Like, she just kept grilling him and like she wouldn't back down. And for each one, he just dodged the questions. And it's like, you know, but you said you're going to give this to people. And it's like, yeah, but we you know, we kind of implemented this in 4 years ago and this and that, but it's like, but we're not concerned about 4 years ago. What are these things that you're getting to people? So
I have no idea how this keeps happening.
All I'm gonna say is that Mr. Blackface got gas face. That's all I'm gonna say.
Wait, who's Mr. Blackface?
Huh?
What are you guys talking about?
I just said Mr. Blackface just got gas face.
I heard what you said, but I don't get it.
You know, you don't recall Justin Trudeau was his brown and blackface? You don't recall
Oh, no, I don't remember that. I didn't hear about that. That was years ago, right?
Yeah. And then, so I'm referencing a third base from
No,
Prime Minister
I get it now.
Pete Knight. Prime Minister Pete Knight, you know.
Well done. It's well done. It's multi-leveled. It's hip hop. It's politics. It's Transformers. Yeah. You know, that should go into like a refined edit of this show right here.
So I mean that's how Hasbro
high level joke
to answer it. Yes.
Whoever's
in charge of the movie production.
Did you hear about his last excuse? I'm gonna get a little political here, but did you hear his last excuse about missing out this whole Truth and Recognition?
Oh gosh,
truth and reconciliation.
Thank you. Truth and hey, I told you I get a list and it's cute. So what happened is that his whole thing, they had an interview, and the whole entire time he never apologized, but he said, "Oh, I regret it, and we need to do better."
Oh, he loves saying that. Yeah.
I regret it, but we need to do better. No, you need to do better. That's all I'm going to say about that. Done. Go ahead.
Mic drop.
Within the, which reminds me, within the interview, you know, and related to that, because he was supposed to visit a lot of the people, a lot of the indigenous people, especially like the ones in charge. And to this day, he still hasn't visited them. And he said something in terms of you know, one of the leaders being impatient, and the interviewer is like, "Did you just call that lady impatient?" And he's like, "Well,
I'm here 200 years. They've been waiting."
And she just put him in his place. And it's like, "But well, no, really, I'm impatient. She's impatient. Like all of us are impatient." I'm like, "No, you called her impatient. Like, you know, it's I have to share this interview. It was really bad.
Oh no, I want to see that. I want to see that. I mean, I'm sure people have killed it with memes already, but like that's worth a little meme.
But Mike, remember, we need to do better.
Wait, who's we?
Yeah, no, fuck them. But like, people talk this way every day, man.
I don't know what happened in this world. I know we're going off a little bit of Transformers.
It's
here.
no, because people tolerate bullshit. It's because people tolerate.
You know,
Like each one teach one. Like you're supposed to regulate the people in your vicinity. You know,
seriously, man.
and if you can't challenge the people, like, what can I do? I can't change the prime minister. Well, guess what? Like, were you at work the other day? Somebody made a racist joke. You didn't fucking say nothing. All right, then you don't have the right to talk shit about the prime minister because you're a punk motherfucker, right? Like, we're in a culture. It's a culture full of punk motherfuckers.
Yeah.
And that's why real people can't even speak up and like just say what they mean, and you get shut down because here's why. And it's not the power that shuts you down most of the time. It's just this is the sheep. And why do the sheep do it? Like, oh, you're going to draw attention over here. And if you raise the bar of responsibility, like you taking responsibility, you set an example of being, this is what it is to be like serious, take no shit, live by the principles you proclaim. If you're conservative, fine. You claim those values, you live by them. We can disagree, but at least we can respect you as a person, right?
Yes.
And that's the key word right there.
But the way these people are, the way people have been trained to be, is so fake. Like people are so used to being fake that if they see someone else be real, then they have a problem because that's going to set the bar, and then they're going to be expected to also live up to their responsibilities. So that's why you can't be around.
It's everybody else's fault except for their own. That's why we have to do better.
Well, the thing that I've analyzed with some people is, as you're saying, is like some of them, what is it like? Some
of them want to use you. Yes. Some of them want to be used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused by Megatron.
We had to put a Transformer lyric.
Yeah, we had to. But
we're getting back on track to Transformers.
Harmony through tyranny. Transformers.
Triptychon.
That's Trudeau's name right there. If he was a Transformer, he'd be Triptychon. That's all he do is just trips around into the con. That's all I gotta say. Trips over his words all the time. But again, we gotta do better.
Well, the problem with sheep is many of them they're not trying to be fake. They don't realize that they're sheep. Sorry?
They realize they're sheep because everybody wants to up each other, trying to be who's the most social justice warrior, the most virtuous, the more pure, the more look at me. I do think I feel more horrible than you do.
No, there are some like
you know what I mean?
There are some sheep they really don't realize that they're sheep. It's
sure. There's different groups.
I say bring them all to the slaughterhouse and that's it.
Different segments of society, right? Are regulated in different ways.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's get back to Transformers because otherwise we're like, whoa, what happened here?
Well,
see what Transformers done to us.
but there have been episodes like that. We could say the Sharkticons are an example of sheeps because you easily tell them anything and they don't put thought into. In a sense, they're.
What did you say? The Sharkticons are what of sheeps? I just missed the word.
They're examples of sheep.
Oh, examples. Okay, yeah.
Like Grimlock came in and just took over leadership, and the Sharkticons immediately just follow Grimlock. Like they didn't question it, and they look at each other and like, okay, he's our leader now. We follow what he says, and they just do it. And
that doesn't necessarily mean they're sheep. They could be living by their principles.
Sorry.
Well, hold on. Wait,
their principles could simply be you follow the strongest.
That is true, but at the same time too, they were manipulated by five-faced motherfuckers. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
exactly.
Right.
Well, I mean, it goes as Chuck D would say, research who not to vote for. So, someone comes in and you think he's the strongest leader, and whatever he says, you immediately just take that word and run with it. There was zero research to say, hey, we shouldn't be following this guy either. We shouldn't be following any of these guys.
Well, look how pathetic it is. You gotta turn off the YouTube, man.
I did. I keep turning off. It's opening up on its own. I keep closing the window, and it's opening by itself.
You gotta tell Alexa, man.
Listen, it's opening multiple copies of the same window.
Oh.
You gotta tell Alexa, man. We're gonna break up. It just continues.
Yeah, it's not this time. It's not Alexa's fault.
Well, the funny part is, going back to what we were just saying, it's sad when you have to vote people out versus voting people in. And that's all we're constantly doing. We're just trying to vote people out.
Yeah.
How sad is that?
Well, because the ones who should be in, the people who are currently in, do not allow them to be in.
Still, man.
Brand new being.
When you have the numbers, then
we have the numbers of the world.
Exactly. But the funny part is that we got these small minorities. When I say minority, I'm talking about numbers, population-wise, that are basically controlling everything, and they're controlling over a vast majority of population. Which, how did that happen? Shouldn't it be
the globe holders, the population controlled us? Well, a wise intelligent could tell you how it happened. There's a whole story.
No, I know how, but I'm just saying it's.
Hey, do you guys notice?
Speak to Megatron about it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is a complaint I'll take to Megatron. I'm going to try with the tech department first. I'm pretending like I'm talking into this mic. What am I talking about? So I'm listening right now in my headphones, talking to you as well as listening in my headphones, and I'm realizing it's only coming up the right side speaker. And I'm remembering that a lot of times when I listen to our recordings, we also seem to be broadcasting some, hopefully not all, of our episodes in mono.
Oh, are you saying about mono?
Apparently, yeah, a certain type.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, so we should look into that because we definitely don't want our YouTube video to be mono.
No,
it's not good.
Yeah, I mean, I've listened back to them and I haven't heard any in mono.
I could be, or else I could be confusing. I'm not I'm positive that this mono issue has been an issue, but I do not know if it was ever the entire show. It might have been a single person's mic. It might have been just my mic or just Anthony's mic or somebody. But I remember, I apologize for not bringing it up and then not remembering the specific instance.
Omega 3s, man.
Yeah.
That sounds nice.
No, well, every show that I've listened back to, in a sense, or re-listened, I haven't heard any.
Are you always listening with headphones though? Because if you're just listening on a laptop or on your phone speaker, you wouldn't hear it.
No, I listen on my headphones all the time.
Okay, cool. All right, so maybe
you got to remember, I'm tone deaf for 1 year, so I can tell when there is if. Oh,
now he's tone deaf in 1 ear.
No,
because before he was deaf in 1 ear.
Right.
So now if I sing you a melody and I say name that tune, then you can say, I'm deaf in 1 ear.
It's just easy
tone deaf, that is, but you can't use it for when I the comment.
No, I just don't want people. I'm thinking confusing people with tone loc or something like that. But the whole point is that if my left side mic is going instead of versus my right side, I could tell the difference big time right away, right? And I haven't heard any of that. So the playback or the feedback from our shows lately, which is great, I think the audio there hasn't been any issues with the audio.
So right now,
yeah.
You're listening in your headphones. Are you hearing my voice in both your headphones?
Yes.
Okay, maybe my left headphone is off.
Because on my left side, what I hear is mum.
Oh, it died. Remember when I was like, "Are you guys still there? Are you listening?" I heard a weird sound. That was my headphone dying.
There you go.
Mystery solved. We're so clever when it comes to tech. What tech could trouble us, Finn?
Yeah.
We have to eliminate all the probable and consider all the improbable to make it probable.
Oh, do you know the Sherlock Holmes quote? I thought you were about to say it there.
Yeah, I think I almost said it.
You want to try again?
No. it's been recorded, so there you go.
Once you eliminate all other possibilities, the remaining possibility must be true. Once you eliminate all the probabilities except one, the remaining thing must be the truth, no matter how improbable. That's the key line.
I don't remember it that way.
Once you eliminate all other possibilities, the remaining possibility must be true, no matter how improbable.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll take your word for it.
It's basically trial and error. It's another way of just describing like what trial and error is, right?
Yeah.
But like, you can say it or not say it. You get the gist or not get the gist. But the incredible thing is like how people can hear it, get it, supposedly, and then not apply it in their life.
Yeah.
No, they just go around and say, "I'm Batman."
What?
It was a joke because Batman was influenced by Sherlock Holmes, so that's why they go around and say, "I'm Batman."
Okay, all right, I'll buy it. I didn't draw that connection at first, but makes sense.
It's true. Look it up. Wikipedia.
No, I mean, no. Now that you say it, like I'm not doubting it. I still the Batman joke. He just wasn't. It just
Hey, I thought the Batman
the
joke was in reference of the Dark Knight trilogy, of how he spoke, and he's like, "I'm Batman."
Right. But then, how would that relate to what we're talking about?
Yeah, so that I didn't get the.
But that's everybody's answer.
No,
but
that makes sense.
No, I'm saying that's everybody's answer, not to everything.
Let's move on.
Right.
I'm Batman.
I'm Batman. And that's all there.
All right. So if you were going to have a 8-foot transforming shelving unit, custom made for you, for your birthday, which Titan, in order to store your Transformers, it'd be like just like that Metroplex.
Yeah.
Right. But you could pick any Titan. Who would you choose? Would you pick Omega Supreme? Would you pick a Guardian robot? You go Metroplex, the classic, Trypticon.
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned Omega Supreme because I was going to ask you, is Omega Supreme considered a Titan? But since you mentioned his name, I'd be going with Omega Supreme.
What classifies a Transformer to be a Titan?
Well, Titan is not a term that was used in G1, so it's that goes along with the marketing categories that were created in recent decades, the Voyager, Legends, etc. But in the cartoon they start referring to these lost Titans and all that kind of stuff, right? Right. So city bots, we know transform into cities.
Yes.
Right.
So we have a sense of what that scale should be. And how different that scale is relative to, say, a combiner, right? Like a combiner is, even though in some of the shots, right, the combiner is like, regular robots come up to like midway shin, right, of the combiners, and then other times they're like up to their waists, right? Which is what they should be, right? If you're just like sticking, essentially 4 Transformers on top of each other, then they should come up to their knees or their waists, right?
Well, I was gonna say. No, go ahead.
Let me run through this quick. It doesn't matter if you make them, if they are 4 times the size of a regular Transformer, 4 times as tall, or 8 times as tall, right? That's the variation with the combiners.
Okay.
Anyway, under any case, the biggest possible you could conceive a combiner, or the smallest, right? But look at Predaking, right? Predaking doesn't make any sense as the size of a combiner if he's going to scale with these other ones compared to
Reflector,
the Constructicons or whatever, right?
Or Reflector.
No, Reflector doesn't count because that's mass shifting. We're not talking about.
Okay. I was just
That's
trying to
Matt.
help you out there.
Yeah,
but,
it's different. It's a different thing. So the point is that as wide ranging as the scale discrepancy is in G1 for combiners, it's irrelevant when we're comparing it to a city bot, right? We know either way they fit in the city bot. They're still tiny compared to a city bot, right? As we see on the graphic I was showing earlier. So Omega Supreme, where's he? He is, and we're, the logic that we're following is based on alt modes. Omega Supreme is not a city, he's a base, right? So how big, so like if you want to do like variability, right, think of like what's the smallest you could rationalize? Well, that rocket, is a big rocket, like comparable to like a space shuttle, right?
Like
and that's just his, and those are just his arms, right? Yeah, Skylynx, right? So Omega Supreme has an even wider range of size that you could rationalize what his body mode would look like. But under no circumstance could he be as small as the biggest combiner.
Correct.
And under no circumstance, like the biggest you imagine him to be, he couldn't be as big as a city bot.
Okay, so I'm glad you mentioned this, because this is actually the same question I was about to ask you, because remember at the very beginning I said, are we including Omega Supreme? Because our Guardians... Yeah,
I'm answering that question. Yeah, that's where I'm going. Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, so the question, so now which one, so what are Titans, right? So
there you go.
So the line that we're going to draw is to be a Titan, you have to be bigger than a combiner. We know combiners are not Titans. Okay? We know the city bots are Titans. All right, so we know that the line between the difference in size is in between combiners versus city bots. What do we also know, just by the logic I've laid out? We know that Omega Supreme is somewhere in that range. He's bigger than combiners. He's no way is he as big as a city bot, right? Although that depiction of the Guardians in Earthrise in Siege, right? That that depiction looks kind of like city bot.
Yeah.
But you can still say, yeah, well, it's perspective and distance and whatever. And he's huge, but he's not the size of a city bot. So the real question is, so we know Omega Supreme is in that range. And Spin, I love that you threw in Skylynx, right? Because we're talking about the shuttle and then that whole thing, right? That thing is massive, right? That's bigger. That volume is bigger than 5 large vehicles put together, 5 large, construction vehicles or whatever. So for sure, it's bigger than that. But the question is, like, where between the size of a combiner and a city bot, where is the line that you draw? Because in my mind, and this is where I'm going to throw it to you guys. In my mind, although Omega and Skylynx are definitely bigger than combiners, I would still put them in the same, like, I think you could probably take a picture of them together. If they were standing together, you may have to go really far back, but you could take a picture of them in the same frame. Well, maybe not. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know. So yeah, let me throw it to you guys. So
I'm glad that you mentioned.
So which side of the line does he fall on, and what other characters do we know that might be close to that line? Sorry, go ahead.
So here's the thing for me. I think Guardians are their own category, and I see that purposely, because if you look at that one episode, that episode when that whole thing with Ultimate,
the history of Omega Supreme,
right? And they were fighting against Devastator. He was,
and Omega is the protector of what?
Of Crystal City, and so
therefore, there's no way he's as big as the fucking city.
And I was gonna get to that. So the whole point is that he's protecting a city. He's protecting a city that the Constructicon built. And then when he was fighting against Devastator, if you look at that cartoon episode... Wait,
you said a city that is Decepticon built?
No. The Constructicons, they maintain and build...
Right, Constructicons built, yes.
Right. And so what happened is that if you look at that battle, when he found out that they turned into Devastator, he was only a head taller. He was just a head taller in that specific cartoon, right? But then again, like
No, generally across G1, they draw them the same height.
right.
Yeah,
So,
Omega and combiners tend to be similar sized.
right. And then what happened is that now that you have Siege and then there's other cartoons or other video games, you have Omega Supreme as almost like a Titan level, as Metroplex or whatever cases. But the funny part is you never saw a cartoon, or sorry, I should say you never saw an episode where you had Omega Supreme and Metroplex together.
No, and I was gonna, well, actually, of the city bots, are we saying that out of all of G1, all 4 are the same size city bots?
Well,
Be-
Trypticon, we
between-
know Trypticon and Metroplex are the same size, same height. We know what's
Fortress
called
and Scorponok.
are the same height.
No, are they?
Yeah.
Well, in the cartoon, they're drawn that.
Cartoon.
Are they drawn that way? Yeah, sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're in that category, and then if you look at even in the comic books, Scorpion is actually a Titan as well too, or they call him a Titan. And so yeah, I personally believe Omega Supreme is part of that Guardian, obviously because he's the same shape and color. Well, not color, but the same shape and form and everything.
Right.
Guardian. And I think they're their own category.
Well,
And it goes back to what you said, D. They're in the middle.
So commander class.
Sorry, commander.
Commander class.
Oh, commander, and who falls on commander class?
Omega Supreme.
Yeah. So which is not actually these class sizes, remember, are marketing tools for Hasbro. So they don't neatly line up, to the fiction.
No.
But sort of like the tangent we've gone on, the sort of implied question that Orlati is now answering here, or so somehow the question of is Omega a Titan, right? So so in the mundane sense, and this is not the sense that's worth talking about, but it's worth just being clear on. In the mundane sense, he's a Titan class figure. Why? Because he was sold in a box that size for that price point, right? That's really what Titan class, Voyager class, etc. mean. A box size, at a price point, X amount of plastic.
So let me ask you a question.
So, but in terms of the logic of it, right? Like if we're trying to make sense of these classes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then that's what we've reasoned through, and like everybody knows that the first Devastator, the Combiner Wars Devastator and Ultimate Warrior Devastator, right? That's also a Titan class release, right? The toy is a Titan class thing.
Okay, so
but nobody's saying that he is the same size. Nobody imagines that Devastator is supposed to be the size of the city bots.
Yeah, I think they probably did that purposely because they have that history with Omega Supreme, so they have that the opposite, like his challenger or his nemesis. So
exactly.
Yeah, to be the same height. So there's that Omega Supreme in the background there.
Well, I was going to say, like if you go in terms of in terms of relative sizes to what they are, you would consider, well, if you have a city that can transform, a base can reside within a city, but a city cannot reside within a base.
Well, depends how big the base is.
True. So that's one size comparison. But what's interesting is out of the entire G1 series, only in season 4 in the intro when they used some of the commercial clips for the intro.
Let's attack the Autobot base.
Yeah, when Metroplex transforms, and they show who is it flying up against him? I'm trying to remember which Decepticon it is, and basically he's only that combiner is only the size of Metroplex's hand in that clip.
What combiner? The combiner they were showing. You're saying?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
I don't understand. I'm sorry, I got confused on. You're talking about the size of the G1 toys?
No, in terms of
Yeah,
the cartoon
intro.
animation in the commercial.
Yeah, the animation in the commercial. So whichever combiner is attacking the city, when the city
It would be-
transforms, the combiner is only the size of that city's hand.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's lots of media like that, right? Lots of commercials like that. No?
Mhm.
See,
But I
right
mean,
there.
I thought you were going to say I thought you were going to talk about the times when they show Omega Supreme's base mode. Is that not what you were trying to say?
no, which is rare. But I mean, even that, the size tend to change.
So what was your point about the commercial? I missed it. I'm sorry.
That's the only time that they made a reference in terms of size comparison in the entire series, because that reference doesn't actually happen in any of the cartoon episodes. It's only because they took that clip from a commercial and made it the intro for the cartoon. But that comparison doesn't actually happen in the cartoon.
What comparison?
Well, you're saying in terms of the sizes of cities compared to combiners.
Correct.
Yeah, and you were saying.
So here's what you said. You made it clear to us that Omega Supreme and Metroplex never appeared together in the cartoon.
I said that.
He said that.
Okay, you said that. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, okay, so but Spin, like what are you talking about?
Okay,
So in
going back
the Omega Supreme commercial, they showed
not
an Omega Supreme commercial?
Metroplex.
No. A Metroplex commercial.
Okay, in season 4 of Transformers, the intro is comprised of multiple commercial clips of toys. Because season 1, season 2, and season 3, like they created the intro for that season. But for season 4, or Rebirth, they took clips of the commercials to make it a part of the intro. Within that commercial clip, when they showed a combiner and the city, the combiner is only the size of the city's hand. But that size comparison never happens at any other point of the entire cartoon series.
Okay. Yes, it does. But I think what you're saying now is in the entire cartoon series, you never see any combiner next to Metroplex.
Correct.
I think
Metroplex or any city.
So you never see a city bot beside a combiner.
Nope, we have.
Okay, let's understand what he's saying, because like that shit was really jumbled. But that's what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah, I think you're wrong, and so does Orlati. He's going to give you some examples.
There is one. There's one for sure. That's when the rise of the Predacons or something like that. When Primacon.
Call the primitives.
Yeah, call the primitive, where you had Triptychon next to Predaking.
Oh, where you had Predaking. Boom. There you go.
How big was Predaking next to Triptychon?
That I don't recall.
He's substantially bigger. They're not in the same scale. Okay. And where else you've seen them is like, if I were to guess, I would say you know how like.
Yeah, we're old. Don't worry about it.
Triptychon is like so out of scale. So, but I think the way they did it there, if I were to guess, I would say he's about like Predaking. It probably comes up halfway to Triptychon, and then Triptychon's the rest of the way. So, like if they did like basically the Dinobots and the other regular size Transformers, they might be like a quarter or half the height of Predaking, and then Predaking is a quarter or half the height of Triptychon. I think that's how they drew it. Also in a number of the episodes, maybe Carbomia, they show Metroplex and the aerial bots together, I think.
Possibly.
Okay. We have to confirm that. So
but certainly on all the boxes, also all the box art, right? Yeah, like the regular Transformers like fit in the palms of the city bots or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
But there's a lot of mass shifting, right? There was, like, let's be honest, there was a lot of mass shifting. There was a lot of incorrect or errors in the cartoons. Right? Like, at one point,
There's no errors. There's no errors in the cartoon.
there were, because at one point,
No.
what's called
It's just your perspective. Like, you're looking at it from a. There's always an explanation, right? Because I mean, it's footage. So obviously, you just have to learn how to explain the footage.
So when Sideswipe was in the same base, standing next to Megatron, saying, "Okay, guys, we got to go fight the Autobots," and he's like, "Yeah."
Yeah, there's a million examples of stuff like that. Million, right?
Right,
but remember, this stuff wasn't recorded. You got to remember. This is recorded on millions in technology that's millions and millions of years old. Right, like even when they're spying on each other, right? They're like playing cassette tapes. They're playing cassette tapes to listen back to what the other guy said. So obviously, the images, some of them are going to be a little.
So we could explain that, where Sideswipe took Mirage's ability to become invisible, and he ended up being in that same moment of time listening to Megatron, but we were able to see it because as the viewers, right? And so he was able to report it back to Optimus Prime that Megatron was going to attack. Okay, I see your logic there.
It totally could be that, right? But in obviously like hologram is the easiest answer, right? Holograms, guys. But we also know that in the Transformers, they also like routinely like to dress up as each other. You know, they're cross-dressers. They're trans cross-dressers. You know,
I prefer trans.
Now we're in trouble with YouTube.
I know it.
No, and these are the facts. Like, you know, it's well documented that, you know, for instance, Starscream, you know, who's a jet, he'd like to dress up as a truck. Like, what is that, right? Okay, and then there's also, and then you know, the Autobots, you know, they love to like dress up like Stunticons. So this thing goes on.
This is true. Yeah.
Remember Vaseline.
Oh, Ice Cube said Jerry Heller did it to NWA with no Vaseline.
Yeah.
No. I was just you weren't on the show at the time because he started to talk about, you know, Bill Gates and a guy named Bill that made Gates. Because if we mention anything about certain kind of prescription, YouTube can ban this.
Prescription?
Yeah.
Like if you name one of the vaccines?
Don't say that word. Say Vaseline.
Oh, for real? Like you can't name one of them. You're not saying you can't name the virus. You're not talking about the virus. You're saying you can't say anything about the vaccine?
The vaccines or how it's applied or if it's good, if it's bad for you. We can't even talk about that because otherwise YouTube is going to start removing all these contexts, all these videos.
I didn't hear about this.
Yeah.
Is it so? Did they release a statement about it?
Yep. And that's why you got some content creators that are out there saying, yeah, I recently had a little bit of the Vaseline.
No, you don't need to keep saying that. I'm asking for specific. I know.
Yes,
I got the joke.
Have.
Now I'm asking you for. Please don't talk over me. I'm trying to let me say my question. Jesus Christ! Come on, man.
I am your Lord and Savior. So yes, they did release a statement about all that.
Can you send me the statement from YouTube?
When I get a chance, I will do that.
Did you read it yourself?
Did I read it myself? No, I heard a whole bunch of people comment.
I don't. Please. I heard about the Vaseline. I know people are talking about it on YouTube. Mm-hmm. I just want to know if, like, I want to know what YouTube actually said.
Do you have it, Mikey? You found it?
Oh no, I was looking up something else.
Oh, okay.
Like I want to know what the actual restrictions are. Like,
so
you know.
What we should do during this week, I will look it up, and then we will talk about it in private. And then after that, we won't mention it again. after we read it.
But is it really that you can't say the name, or that you can't criticize it, or you can't like what?
You can't really. It's not you can't say the name. You just can't really criticize it, or you can't really talk about it because it could be misinformation, right? And if you,
yeah, so like I get all of that, right? The reason why I want to look at the wording, and like you're obviously you got the gist of it, but you can't answer this question. It's like, how do they walk that line? And of course, this is what everybody's complaining about, in the videos you're watching. But like, the justification of like we're keeping people safe, blah blah blah, and these are private forums, right? Your free speech is you out in the fucking go into public square, go to City Hall and shout. Right.
Well, but that's the problem.
But like, how can they? I'm interested in the wording, because it's like, how can they have the audacity, to make these claims that are so blatantly anti-democratic, and people complain about it, but obviously let them get away with it. It's just, it's weird.
The problem here is that the goalpost is always being moved.
Oh yeah.
Right? It's like you could talk about it, but you shouldn't really talk about it. And if you do, we're gonna have to do something about it, right? And and that's not fair, because it's like what you're saying right now. Everybody's saying the exact same words what you just said, D, and nobody knows how to do this, how to work around it. And that's why you get these people start joking about it, saying, oh, okay, since I can't say the V word, so I'll say Vaseline, right? I knew you were going to do that, and that's why I did that purposely.
Well, one of my...
It's okay.
No, I do it purposely, because I got to have to.
I know. It wouldn't be right if you didn't. It wouldn't be right. I'm like, he's going. He's like, and that's why people say, like, I didn't interrupt what you said. You said, oh, everybody's saying the same thing as you, D. I'm like, yeah, I said that, except obviously they're not saying it as articulate as me. Clearly, they're not getting to the bottom of it and resolving it. They're just fucking complaining about it because they're punks.
But the funny part is, if they do say it like you, they're probably going to get demonetized, and they're going to probably get banned. And guess what?
Well, listen. Let me tell you this. I've been working on my outro for my YouTube channel when I do set it back up again, and this is how it's going to go.
Right.
It's going to say, now don't forget to dislike, unsubscribe, and get the fuck out of my house.
And guess what? You just triggered a whole bunch of people now.
Well, in case you didn't figure it out, that's the point. Now dislike, unsubscribe, and get the fuck out of my house. I'll see you next week.
Okay.
See you next week.
That's why. And here's the funny thing is, I was talking to Mike about all this, right? And that's why.
Really? And were you telling Mike that like I should really tone it down?
No.
Because Mike is encouraging me. He's provoking me. He's like, no, do it, dude. Tell everybody to unsubscribe.
No. Mike's do that again.
Matter of fact, like your top commenters, like tell them by name to unsubscribe. Like that'd be gangster. Nobody does that on YouTube.
No, but I was saying to Mike about the business model, about how to do.
I'm gonna set an example.
Well, we got to set the example, but here's the thing. This is why a lot of people are
murder crime.
Either going on Rumble, going on Odyssey, strictly do a Patreon, or they just promote their website on YouTube. Say, just come to the website, and then you can subscribe.
Did you say Rumble? There's one name that I missed there.
Yeah, it's called Rumble. And it's actually, you know what?
Rumble?
Shout out to the
Rumble, like the Transformer, Rumble.
Yep.
Well, how come we're not? Why would you do Frenzy Fridays? Frenzy Sundays. What the fuck? Why do you call it Frenzy Sundays? How does that even make sense?
Freestyle
Frenzy.
There you go.
And so Freestyle Frenzy, it should be on Rumble. Duh.
I guess. Well, we had a marketing to all my Geno boys.
And they're all on Facebook. Is that the point? Oh, I don't get it.
Wow, freestyle.
Now I
missed the joke.
I never understood why that music was called freestyle.
I don't know. We gotta ask the Latinos.
Oh yeah. That was the source. So let's not go into that. We're gonna start showing our. We already show our G1 fascism enough, especially with Anthony missing. Let's not show our old school hip hop fascism as well. After I just was so trans
Yeah.
and something else positive. I forget what the other thing was. Oh, cross-dressing.
Mhm.
Right, because there were Transformers cross-dressing. Let's talk about Transformers cross-dressing. Now you see that is a thumbnail right there. The next episode, Transformers cross-dressing. Like people would tune in. People would tune in. I mean,
Oh my
Spin, that's your assignment when we get off the phone.
Boy.
Make the thumbnail. Topic next week: Transformers cross-dressing. Put it up on all the sites, and you can use. I'm not joking about that. I am joking about this. Let's just be clear. And the image you can use for the thumbnail is from that take a shot from that cartoon where Megatron's got tits. Megatron and Starscream have breasts. Yeah, that would be perfect. That would be perfect. But don't do it.
Mhm.
I think Calvin has left us because he hasn't made that one comment after Geo Tracker. How long ago was that? 9:28.
After what?
No, because we just went on a rampage here, right? And which is awesome. Calvin hasn't made a comment since 9:28.
Well, we have 10 minutes left. I put up on the screen the Combiner versus Metroplex, and it's actually Bruticus.
Okay, in what episode are you looking at? Season.
Yeah,
you're in the intro.
Intro. Mhm.
Oh, the intro, yeah.
Yeah, so if you just freeze frame for a second, that's the size of Bruticus next to Metroplex.
I don't see Bruticus at all. Oh, there he is. Okay, I see him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like a fly. He's a fly.
Exactly.
Yeah, it looks like a Senticon. It's like okay.
So, I mean, yeah, in terms of like these Titan class, city classes, and which I mean, yeah, it's all marketing. Like I, wonder if they take
Yeah,
that into effect.
So Omega Supreme is not Titan class, unless you. Yeah, I don't think there's any rationale. Like you could imagine him. Most of the fiction that we have, he is combiner size or somewhat larger than a combiner.
Yeah,
but rarely is he depicted as colossal on the scale of a City 5, and maybe the exception is what we discussed is Siege.
Speaking of Siege, or speaking of Netflix Transformers, so what would you call the arc then?
Well, it fit in their city. I think they built it in the city and they have it covered up and shit. So again, it's not.
So he's
Titan
the
class.
same size as Omega Supreme then, right?
I think he'd be bigger than Omega Supreme.
yeah.
And again, we're talking G1, right? Because there's other iterations where he is the arc essentially.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the arc carries all the Transformers. Like I don't think we ever saw Omega. Like Omega fits a couple folks in there, and then runs out of fuel.
Yeah, I never saw Omega in there
In where?
in the arc.
No, I'm not saying Omega goes in the arc. I'm saying the arc can fit all the Autobots or the original Autobots versus we never see that many Autobots in Omega Supreme when he turns into rocket form, right? He carries a small number of people.
Well, the funny part is in Transformer Anime, the arc is actually Omega Supreme.
I almost feel like, watch this. I bet I could snap my fingers, jump into a time machine, go like 2 minutes back, and I already said exactly what you just said. Boom. Now it's on the recording.
You actually said that?
Yeah.
Really?
Right before you. I literally said, there's some fiction where he is the arc. I literally said that. And then you said, actually.
You know what? I kid you not. I did not.
I'm going to go back and watch it.
It's okay. No, listen. Orlati, wait. Cherry on top. Orlati, it's okay. It's okay. We all know you're deaf in one ear.
Yes, but I was literally paying attention to what you were saying. And I literally missed. Oh, holy shit, man. I'm getting old, man.
Damn, son. So you keep not listening. One day you actually don't hear. You're faking so well that when it starts happening for real, you're like, fuck, I spent all these years faking. Now I really can't hear what people are saying. This sucks.
And at what
I
point do
shouldn't
you
have,
realize
I shouldn't have made light of, I shouldn't have made light of this.
At what point do you actually realize you're not that you can't actually that you're not actually listening? What?
Right, see, right now I'm not listening to you guys because I'm in shock right now because I was literally listening to that little spiel, and I totally missed that. I'm like, holy
You
shit.
responded.
I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, fuck, I'm embarrassed right now. Like, what the hell?
No, you have to go back when this episode's done. Go back and watch the
I am
last...
gonna look back. No, I am. I truly am.
That's exactly what happened.
It's funny, but it's funny because like it's when people ask me what is one of my weakness, and I say, you know what, it's because I'm deaf in one ear, so it's hard for me to hear sometimes and all that stuff, right? And then people ask me, so what are your greatest strengths? Right, like, in interviews or whatever, and I say, well, funny enough, my hearing, because I have to really pay attention to what a person's saying, so I really got to focus, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I was literally like, focusing on what you're saying, and I totally, wow, man, fuck, I'm old, dude.
Okay, well, here's a question.
I'm Ratchet. No, I'm Cup.
The last thing that I was saying, which you were listening to,
38.
Did you already have in your head that you were going to mention that thing, that connection? Because that's often, if you're like, oh, I know what I'm going to say on this thing, and then you're holding that in your head, sometimes you think you're listening, but really you're waiting for the person to stop, right? But that's not what's happening.
No, it wasn't, and I totally understand what you're saying. I get
this guy, Professor D. He like, it's a lot of information,
man.
Each time he talks.
Fuck.
So sometimes you miss a part. Like, I don't know what to say, and then he's like all mad because
I don't know what
listening.
No, because it's funny because what you just said to me about that example, I use the same thing with my son, right? Because he's always like, yeah, what? And I'm like, slow down, listen to what I'm saying before you respond, because you're not really listening, right? You're just waiting for me to finish so you can say what you have to say.
Right.
So, man. All right, so we're gonna have to go back and clip that part.
Yeah.
Be a good one. Lessons to learn from Transformers.
See, the more you know. See, that's when we gotta get that. The more you know, rainbow thing.
Oh gosh.
Star. Like just flash right now.
Wait, okay, I got a question for you. Okay. Transformers related.
Okay.
So, the transforming Optimus Prime, you guys didn't seem. You guys weren't like. We talked like I'm not opening up to talk about it again. But just to recap, I was more excited about that figure than any of you guys. I didn't end up buying it. I agree that it's too expensive. The big argument that you guys and others said that convinced me not to buy it is that in a couple of years there will be other options that just look so much better. That's a good possibility, and then this will look like a silly gimmicky electronic toy that doesn't really look like Optimus. Okay, so you guys weren't all that interested in that Optimus Prime. There's also like the Lewin model Optimus Prime, Lewin Resources, which it's like 2 feet tall, right? You guys have seen that? Let's say a giant, oversized version of MP10. Have you seen that one? You know what I mean?
Yep.
No.
Okay.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, you haven't seen it? Okay. Well, it's just MP10, but it's like huge. I have it over here. I haven't unboxed it. We'll do a live unboxing, for the channel. My question to you guys is, what? And then some people collect these statues. We've talked about the statues, and what's awesome about them is the detail. But I'm like, what the fuck? And one of the figures that people rate so highly is the A3. I think it's the company's or 30. It's 30. Now it's called 30, right? They have their 30 Bumblebee movie Optimus Prime. It's a non-transforming Optimus Prime. It looks great. It's got nice paint deco. I don't really love the proportions, but it was like $300. Doesn't even transform. To me, that's a no-go. I don't like any non-transforming Transformers, as we've discussed. So, with all that background, what to you would be your ultimate Transformers, your ultimate Optimus Prime? Like, so we talked about of the ones that exist, right? I showed you there's the MP01, which Spin used to have also, the MP01, the very first MP Optimus Prime, and then I showed it next to MP10, right? And or a lot of you are making your decision. But what Optimus Prime, with what features, with what materials, what scale, what would you want as like the ultimate Optimus Prime figure? You can make up features that don't exist if you want.
No, I
Like I would like all metal, if that if that was possible.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry,
Like
I'm gonna stop talking. Over to you guys.
No, that was the first thing I was going to say. Like I like the MP1, right? The original one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But as long as it's all metal, right? And
Yeah.
it has
Which that one has a lot of metal. That might be the one that has the most metal.
yeah, but even the trailer and everything.
Yes, a metal trailer. The trailer's always just crappy
That
plastic.
would be
Metal
nice.
trailer would be nice.
I
That
want
would
a
be
metal
very
trailer.
nice.
Like everything
Yeah.
metal.
Yeah.
And then all the tools that Optimus Prime had throughout his whole carnation, like from
His whole what?
season one,
Incarnation. Yeah.
Incarnation, sorry.
Yeah.
All the toys that he had, whatever
Mm.
that's related to him, right? And then obviously the Matrix in him as well too, right? So
That would be metal as well.
yeah, but everything.
Yeah.
Metal.
Were you saying you just want to include them, or are you saying you want all those to be metal?
Everything. I want everything to be metal.
All metal, everything. I like it.
Yeah, everything. Even his swords.
Yeah.
His axe,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
Like, everything. All metal.
That'd be dope. Okay. Electronics or no?
The only electronic that I put in there is like his headlights.
Okay. So you want lights?
Yeah, like his headlights. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
like a
Yeah. No. Yeah. Headlights. Yeah. That'd be good.
yeah, like like all the lighting on a truck, on that particular truck.
Yeah. The front of the cab.
Yeah, and even on the side of the cab too.
That'd be hard to do the side because those are really tiny lights compared to
Yeah.
the big ones.
But the back of the back of the cab as well, like the red lights, like when you hit the brakes,
Oh yeah.
right? And
What about the light inside? What about like the inside light in the cab? Like when you're driving, you gotta look at your map.
Yeah,
If you're Spike.
yeah. I wouldn't mind having like either a Spike. Or sorry, what was his dad's called? His dad's name called?
Spark plug.
Buster.
Spark plug.
Oh yeah.
I'd rather have spark plug in there.
Okay. So you want a figure? You want a little driver
That could fit into the cab as well too.
that could actually sit in the seat properly.
Yes.
Yeah, like the door opening and then have spark plug.
Okay.
in, right.
You want the door open. You want figures to be able to fit inside. What scale do you want this?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Do you want it like Lewin Resources? Do you want it like Chug?
You know what? That's going to be hard, man. Because if you're going to put spark plug in there, it has to be big enough.
Yeah.
Right? You can't do like if you do an MP1 scale, let's just say, then spark plug's going to be like this, like tiny.
No. You can do MP01 scale is better than MP10 scale, and the MP10 does have a spike that comes with him, right? But he doesn't fit in the truck, but he scales with the truck.
Mm-hmm.
So if you did a 12-inch figure, which is like MP01,
Yeah.
you could fit a tiny figure in there.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
for sure.
would you want a tiny one, like a tiny spark plug like this, or would you want like a G.I. Joe figure?
Well,
Like
that's what I'm asking you that, because if you want a G.I. Joe figure, then you have to get it the Lewin Resources size, as I just described, right? So
Yeah.
that would be that giant truck.
Mm.
I want to kind of pull it out, but it's buried under stuff. I can't get at it right now.
You know what?
Next episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm debating on that one, man, because I would like to have like you know what? Honestly,
I'm really hoping I can fit a G.I. Joe character in there, actually.
but that's the whole thing, because if you're gonna start bringing in human elements, right, into the Transformer universe now, right, as toy figures, I'd rather them be like G.I. Joe sized.
I've always said that. Like, it always irritated me. Like, I don't know why they didn't make like a Starscream that was like, transforming from the G.I. Joe jet. What was the name of the G.I. Joe jet?
Oh, I can't remember. Eagle something, I don't know.
Yeah, but their first jet, right? Not their later ones.
Right.
But their very first jet was basically a F-14 or F-15.
Yeah. It was it's the same as Jetfire. With the wings expanding.
Correct, but not the same jet. But it did have those moving wings.
Well,
it wasn't the same jet though, because Jetfire is not a real jet.
Hold on, let me rephrase myself. The generation Jetfire jet.
Yeah, generation Jetfire jet.
Yeah, the throwing 30s.
Does he? He turns into a F-14 or 15.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's basically because that's what Starscream and the Seekers were.
Yeah.
And he was just a copy of he was a repaint of them, right?
Exactly.
But yeah. So if you look at that G.I. Joe, one of you guys could find it, Google it, take a look at it. It's funny. I'm pretty sure I haven't seen it as an adult, but I'm pretty sure the reason why the proportions on that jet, and I always wanted that G.I. Joe jet. But the proportions on that jet are a little distorted. Like it seems a little small relative to the cockpit. And I think they did that precisely because the G.I. Joe figures actually are kind of big. Like if you put a jet to a proper scale, the jet might be quite a bit bigger than it was. So it ends up looking a little stumpy. But it still looks like Starscream essentially. So I never understood why they didn't just like make a Starscream, make that the same toy. Just make that transform, call it Starscream.
No, I agree.
Question: what is that in the background? Like there's
a little
man, moving in a screen.
A little man moving in the screen. What is it? Will you tell me what you think it is first, and then I'll show you what it is.
Oh, it's a reflection of your Yeah.
This is my TV.
That's funny.
So it's yoga stuff.
Okay.
Little man. He is a little man actually.
Wow.
He's a Saturno. He's probably a 5'6" guy.
He's doing mental yoga.
Yeah.
Well,
I am doing mental yoga.
I think we should wrap up for the evening.
Exactly. You don't want to start talking about mental yoga. Give away the whole thing. Cobra yoga.
Yeah, I know. You know what? If just to wrap up this part of the conversation. Now, if I'm Hasbro and I want to reintroduce Transformer figures again, I would probably take this idea of making Transformers like, those G.I. Joe figure vehicle size and having G.I. Joe action figures, like the human versions of the Transformers fitting into those.
I would love that. They got a Jeep too, right?
Yeah.
They got the tank.
Yeah.
Warpath.
They could do it. And I will probably depart some of my
there is a one third party company. There's a guy who's trying to get who does customs, and he's like working on creating his own third party company. And he it's called Half the Battle Toys. If you look that up on Facebook, he's got a bunch of stuff.
Okay.
And I think that he's getting ready to release, or he released some little tapes or something that he made. Basically, he's like a 3D printing guy, and then he's trying to move it into like more and more professional stuff. So he has a design that he's working on for a His tank. It's Cobra His tank, and it transforms into Soundwave.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah.
So if any third party people want to work with us, we can give you a lot of great ideas.
Well, Mike, I was gonna say, wouldn't that slightly contradict with what we were speaking on earlier in the episode? Although it does depend on the writers of the production. If you bring G.I. Joe into a Transformers movie, you then bring that element of the movie being more about humans than Transformers, if it's not written correctly.
We're talking about toys.
Right, but I mean, but it would be a perfect crossover. I mean, you have like G.I. Joe, G.I. Joe and Transformers in the same movie.
Well,
it's kind of you know what? Here's my question about it. just let me jump in right here real quick.
Yeah.
I think you've alluded to this already, Orlati. Like, was a guy named Channing Tatum? Like, he played in
Yeah,
the GI Joe film. He was Duke, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like now,
He's dead.
is he also if he wasn't in any of the Transformers movies, like I couldn't tell the difference between the guy who was starring in it and him. Like they look the same to me. This was a blonde 6-foot guy.
Right.
Oh, John
You know.
Cena.
Was it John Cena? He's in the latest one, but was he in the earlier ones?
No, he was only in one Transformer movie, the movie.
But check this out. But he's playing an archetype. He's playing just like the military guy,
Yeah.
right? Which may as well have been Channing Tatum and may as well have been Duke. Like, why the fuck didn't they just make it Duke?
Well,
They own the rights. They could have just done a good costume and like done a character thing, and it's Duke.
They
Well,
could
Or
have did
Flint.
or they could have hinted.
they
It'd
could
be
have done
so
the same
much
thing
cooler
with,
if it was Flint. It'd be so much cooler if they did it as Flint.
They could have done the
Why
same
didn't
thing with the earlier movies, because they had the army guy.
That's what
that,
I'm talking about. All the movies. I'm talking about why didn't they do this from 2007? Because
oh,
it would just be more money fucking running out of the
Well,
cash register.
You know what? Okay, to a certain degree, I get what you're saying, but at the very beginning, I would have kept things different and its own separate, and then at one point, start saying, okay, you know what? Now we got to start dropping little hints of where the Nest
Calvin
and
is still in the house. The Nest is GI Joe. That
yeah,
perfectly
and then
makes
start
sense.
hinting that part exactly. Start hinting that part, saying Nest is was really GI Joe, and then that's where that crossover happened.
Who was the Nest? What was the Nest? Is that Sector 7? Who's the
No.
Nest?
Sector 7 was
Look, Oladi just said yeah because you're answering before you listen.
Okay.
Tell me. Who was the Nest?
Nest was the. Hold on, wait. I don't want to jump on Mike's toe. Were you gonna about to say? Were you gonna about to get in there, Mike?
No, because he was saying it was Nest and Sector 7 the same. I'm like, no, Sector 7 was separate. It was the guy from who played Danny Aiello's son from Do the Right Thing.
Do the right thing.
Yeah, so Sector 7 is completely separate. Nest was Tyrese, the other guy.
Yeah.
Like the military guys that were working with the Autobots. Like that was Nest.
Yes.
But they didn't establish that name until the second movie. Like the first movie, it's just army guys happen to run into Autobots and everything. But in the next movie, it was established that they were Nest, so they were now working with the Autobots. That could have been GI Joe.
So it seems like Oladi, to your point, to what you said of like, well, if you were in charge, you would do this. You do the Transformers movies, and then you do the GI Joe movies, and then you do like a combination. But
Exactly.
Of course. But that also is on the principle that you're going to do Transformers movies not about humans, but about the Transformers. But since they didn't do that, since from the first movie and every Michael Bay movie, and including the Bumblebee movie, there's always like this big military presence.
Mm-hmm.
Big part of the story is these military guys who, as Calvin notes well, basically are G.I. Joe.
Exactly.
So if you're gonna already fucking do a film with G.I. Joe, you're already gonna pay some actors, you're already gonna buy some Jeeps, you're already gonna drive around in fatigues. Why not make it G.I. Joe? Seems stupid.
And it
Because
goes
like that's it's the same money that could have been spent, promoting more of your characters.
Yeah,
because it makes too much sense. That's why.
Yeah,
it's too logical.
With a single budget. But yeah, just like earlier where it's like, well, is there licensing issues, all this and that? And I'm like, well, you hinted in the whole concept. You own the concept. Just throw it in there. Like, don't keep hinting on it or not, or deciding not to, whatever their decision was. But I mean, basically, G.I. Joe was in every movie. And just not call it G.I. Joe.
So here's what I don't like about these discussions, the way they go. It happens with us, but I'm not criticizing us in particular. It's just like the way people have these conversations is they'll like, because what we're saying, like everybody agrees with us, right? So the question is why? And like we're speculating on why, But it's so easy to fall into, like, in the end, what we're going to say is, yeah, they're just dumb. Yeah, they're just so stupid, right?
But we don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not the reason, right? Obviously, it can't be the reason, but we're all always so predisposed to say that. It's the way, like, in our culture, it's the way we move on from a topic. Say, well, we're all disgruntled with this topic, but now we're moving on. As opposed to saying, well, we guess it must have been that, X, right? It must have been this contract, or it must have been this thing, right? People say, oh, they must be just stupid. Why don't they, like, listen to the fans,
Because at the end, I'm not trying to justify it to a certain degree, but in the end, we never get an answer. So, like, if we're not going to get an answer,
then they must be stupid. They just must be stupid, and basically they're admitting it by not answering us.
So, well, that's part and partial, right? So it's like it's either they must be stupid or this is stupid.
Well, as Calvin said, John Cena is Duke in the Bumblebee movie.
I agree.
In what sense, though? In what sense? Because there's a lot of different ways that you could say that, right? Wait, is his name actually Duke?
No, his name was
No.
Okay, well, like, there's a number of ways you could say it. It's like, it could be, like, a coincidence. It could be that, oh, yeah, you could imagine him like that. It could be that they modeled, like, they made, they couldn't, for whatever reason, trademark or whatever, all these things that we're saying. It's not a G.I. Joe movies. They're not cross-branding it, whatever. So they actually... it could be that nonetheless they wrote some traits of Duke into that character, or it could be that they actually wrote the entire character as Duke and then didn't use the name, for some kind of, So Calvin, you could mean any of those. Which one? Flint was in the first movie. Okay, so Calvin, this is what I'm asking you. Like, break down what you mean. Do you mean coincidentally there were characters who are like Flint in the first movie and Duke in Bumblebee, or do you mean the writers actually didn't name him as such, but they had Flint in mind, and they, that character was Flint, and it's sort of like an Easter egg that apparently the three of us didn't pick up on.
Well, my only, okay, so you can look at it two ways. Either A, it's coincidence.
Why not three ways? I just gave three.
Or B, it's the writers are being really subliminal. I don't know if I'm saying it correctly.
Subliminal.
Thank you. And dropping hints in there, like Easter eggs, like how you mentioned, for us to catch on to it, and we're like, "Oh snap!"
Dude,
these are G.I. Joe guys. Holy shit!
Right.
I was going to say there's probably a C element to it, that certain characters are so generic that in any production, you just end up referring to them as some, like, the more famous version of that
would be the A. That would be A.
Okay.
And apparently, Oladi, your B, the B that you described, is one of the things I said, but it's actually, but that splits into two things. One is that the writers sort of made an allusion, as I said, like some character traits of Duke or of Flint, and that's different from initially it was actually written to be Flint, but they wrote the whole thing as Flint, and then later that had to be redacted for whatever reason, like for the same kind of reason that, like, all of a sudden they had Jazz as a Porsche. Now they're like, no, we can't use the name. Okay, make it Mirage. Right.
But again,
so those are the three possibilities.
Yeah, but again, we will never know until one of them actually come out in an interview and say, well, this is the reason why.
Sometimes you can figure things out by sheer logic. All you got to do is consider all the possibilities. And then when you're done eliminating all the possibilities, the one that remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable.
Now, the other element is whether or not they'll, whoever has the ability to answer these questions, whether or not they'll come across someone to ask those questions.
And that brings us into our sponsor for this week, TFCon, which is happening in 2 weeks in Boston.
Hold on. You saying Tyrese was Roblox? No, man.
Ha ha ha.
No, come
Yeah.
on. No.
Well, I mean, not in a sense, but
Roblox was much cooler than Tyrese in the movie.
true. But think about it this way.
Not from the perspective of the people who cast those movies.
Yeah, because in it,
Like they think the hottest girl in the world is whoever that chick was.
They could say, okay, well, we're casting four
like
guys to kind of look like the A team, so we'll cast like 3 white guys. One's a bit crazy, and we'll cast a black guy. He doesn't have to have a mohawk, so they're quote unquote the A team, but they're not actually the A team.
Which is what they actually did, right? That's basically what they did.
That is what they did. So they're quote unquote the GI Joe, but they're not actually the Joe characters.
Roblox was a cool character, man. You know what I mean? I think The Rock actually did a better job portraying Roblox than Tyrese, if that was the case.
Yeah, but come on, the GI Joe movies are like if they are worse than the fucking Transformers movies, and like that's impressive to be that bad.
Well, look at what they did with Snake Eyes, his origin movie.
I haven't seen it, but based on the precedent, I don't expect it to be anything good.
Oh,
but what did you say about the sword? Something?
No, his origin story has nothing to do with the actual G.I. Joe origin story of Snake Eyes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't. I've seen a few in preview clips, but I haven't dug deep into what people are saying about it. Is it even out yet, or or does it follow what people know of Snake Eyes?
I hope he's bringing water. That's what like piss. No, because
I was running water. Okay. Why does that bother you? I'm in the kitchen. But
no, I'm just saying that because it's the origin story of Snake Eye. He was a white character that was an orphan in that part of the world, and in the movies, Snake Eye's origin. For Snake Eyes,
yeah,
it was totally, completely different.
He's Japanese,
pretty much.
And
he talked.
Those darn movies just changing up origins and characters and plots and backstories and feeding people something else. But how many times has that happened?
I'll tell you this: I didn't.
I feel like there was some. Wasn't there some fiction? Wasn't there some other fiction where he was Japanese as well?
No.
So is there more than one Snake Eyes origin in any fiction, notwithstanding this movie?
There's two. One from two from the cartoons, because they had the updated Regenesis GI Joe or something like that, Resurgent, Regenesis, whatever. And
okay, so what are those origins? Like I know the one from Marvel, the original Marvel.
Yeah. So again, he was a white dude.
Yeah, I'm not asking, but the
it's the same. It's continuing.
What's different? I'm asking you what's different though.
From the movie? I'm gonna repeat that again. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Is there, aside from the Snake Eyes origin that I already know, which you alluded to from the original Marvel comics,
right?
Is there, prior to this movie, not counting this movie notwithstanding is what I said, is there any other G.I. Joe fiction of Snake Eyes' origins? Like, did they do his origins differently in the whatever you refer to, regenerations or whatever? Did they make a different origin?
It's basically all the same.
Okay.
Besides the movie. That's all.
So he's always adopted in Japan by Storm Shadow's school.
Yeah.
Okay.
So does that happen in this recent movie?
It's just totally different.
Do you know anything about the origins? So what Mike is saying is that they've changed the race of the character. That's what he knows. Do you know do we know anything else about this origin story that's different, or that's all we know so far? Mike.
That's all we know for what you're saying. So
Spin, yeah. as far as Orlati knows, the origin story is exactly the same, except Snake Eyes is adopted, but he's not a white guy who's adopted into Storm Shadow's clan.
but he's
So
talking and all that kind of stuff.
right. Which wasn't he talking? I mean, I don't know, like completely Snake Eyes. Like I don't know the full backstory on him, but I'm guessing from like wasn't he talking before?
Exactly. He was talking before, and then he took a vow of silence after the murder of the master. No.
Correct.
Hmm.
But he
So-
was. But okay, you watch the movie.
No, Oladi, just say what you mean, because you said you made it sound as if in the new movie,
Yeah.
he talks,
Mhm.
but in the original fiction, he never talked. That's what you communicated to us, but that's clearly not the case. So, do you mean that even as an adult now he's talking?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the part you didn't clarify.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like when I said in the original, so Spin, as you said, so he did speak, and then after the death of their master, which Storm Shadow was framed for, and that's why they're enemies until they become friends again.
Correct.
He took a vow of silence after that death. So when I said to you, yeah, he took the vow of silence after that death, you say, yeah, but there is no vow of silence in the film because he's an adult and he's talking. That's pretty weird, but I mean, well, let me not finish that sentence. I was going to say, here's the ignorant statement I was going to say. Well, I guess I don't show my figures from the back anyway. Or equally dumb comment. I guess it'd be boring to watch a whole movie about a guy who doesn't talk anyway. Which is, I guarantee, why they changed it.
That's probably the main reason, right? But that's what Snake Eyes was famous for.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So
right?
Here's a perfect example of commercialism ruining, a character.
Yep.
Yeah, it goes back to our beginning of our conversation, right? Mirage being a Porsche.
Which is unfortunate because there is a market and there's an audience that would appreciate, like, imagine an entire Snake Eyes movie on him just becoming Snake Eyes or just going through life, and like he says nothing throughout the entire movie. Like at least 80% of the movie, like it's just silence. Yeah, like there are people who would love to watch that.
I would.
I'd watch it. Sorry?
No, but it's because we're watching our cartoon or comic book coming into real life, like how Dee always mentioning he would love to see his Transformer in a real life situation, real life form, real life everything, and we finally got that in the movies, right? So it's the same example. This is seeing a real G.I. Joe figure that we love to, we grew up to love, because Snake Eye. Come on, Snake Eye is another iconic character. Now we get to see him in a live action movie, and we're like, oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay,
and I mean,
and
it's unfortunate because I never fully got like into G.I. Joe, but Snake Eyes was always a favorite character of mine. So seeing this Snake Eyes movie, I'm thinking, oh, like this is going to focus, and kind of give me a truth behind the actual character. I'm already hearing it's basically Transformers all over again. Like if I watch this movie, I'm not getting what everyone else knows of the character.
Think of it like this: if you go again onto the street and you say, "Who's your favorite G.I. Joe figure in general?"
Just shout it out on the street. I often do it. You'd be surprised how many people don't have the favorite G.I. Joe figure. I don't know what's wrong with people these days. Go on.
But I'm just saying, I'll guarantee there'd be two names for sure mentioned: Cobra Commander and Snake Eyes. Top two for sure.
Calvin, what is your favorite? Who is your favorite G.I. Joe character?
I can see Deathstroke coming in after, maybe Serpentor, Duke, but top two right off the bat, my opinion, Snake Eyes and Cobra Commander.
Well, see, funny, like Duke and Flint, I couldn't really tell. I could tell them apart, but I mean, I just had no interest in those characters. Sorry?
Really? That was the same to you?
Sorry?
One had a beret.
Duke and Flint look totally different.
No, like they do look different, but I mean, I just kind of classed them as just like generic characters I weren't interested in. Yeah, like they were almost more generic to me. I mean, like
right? Yeah. They're both the cookie cutter military guy.
Yeah.
Because if you really think about it, like why the Bumblebee became really famous, for me personally, I think it's because of the Michael Bay. Before that, was he?
Oh, here we go. Michael Bay Shade Transformers. What channel are you on?
Look at that. Serpentor is my favorite character.
Yeah, Serpentor was a cool character. I mean,
Cool.
from what I remember of him.
I liked a lot of G.I. Joe characters. They had a lot of good characters.
Hmm.
They managed to like make characters that would spark your imagination.
Yeah,
That's true.
especially the karate guy. Forgot his name.
Quick Kick.
Yeah, that's it. Quick Kick. You know,
I didn't like him.
with
I
no
don't know
shoes
him.
and a no t-shirt in the middle of the winter.
Yeah.
So
That was one of the character introductions. I was like, I'm not buying this one.
yeah,
Okay.
As in I'm not sold on the character himself, right? Like, oh, we got to throw in a new ninja type of dude, right?
In the
but he was a funny guy.
The G.I. Joe movies that did come out, did they have the Crimson Guards in there?
No,
Oh, they could have totally played with that.
it was so, but no, those movies are fucking garbage.
Okay.
They're trash. Calvin, you agree? The G.I. Joe movies, that live action movies have been trash so far.
I would say which is the Street Fighter movie with Van Damme.
Oh my god.
Apparently that's better. That's better than some of these G.I. Joe movies.
You've got to be joking.
No, serious.
You get a French guy with a French accent playing an American character.
I just watched it, Mortal Kombat. I just watched it like a few weeks ago or months ago, and I was like, oh, this is like not
Mortal Kombat.
as horrible as I was like. This is not nearly as bad as these Transformers movies.
I mean, when that is better than something else, that's yeah. Like
When that is better than something else, it's something else. Let me tell you, it's something else
it's something else. That's
entirely.
raising the bar at this point. Yep, Calvin's laughing.
See, Kelvin's a smart guy.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so listen. You just guys gave me just the best idea. Like, I know we sometimes, come up with some good ideas on this channel.
Especially like right now.
Yeah, no, you're gonna flip out.
Apparently, you're flipping out.
I know.
But that's the point. Listen, okay, now, so neither of you guys have ever played any VR games. You're not like this month they're gonna announce the new Quest device, and you need to get it. All right, you need to get it. Get on.
I tried it once a couple of years ago in the Microsoft store.
All right, you need to try it. You need to get the new one when it comes out. We're talking about VR.
Okay.
Well, Lottie, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you now.
Okay.
You said the new Quest. I'm thinking what? Video game Quest? What? I don't know. But now
Yeah, the headset. Yeah,
Okay.
Oculus headset. Facebook
Right.
Oculus headset. So this is the game we have to make. What's your favorite mech fiction? Like where you have people who are like wearing Transformers, right? They use Transformer armor, like Robotech, like Voltron, etc. What's your favorite one if you have one?
Mike's gonna have to answer this one because I did it twice already.
I was gonna say the Hugh Jackman movie with the fighting robots.
Mm.
But no, it's a.
He's not inside them though.
No, I know. I mean, it's a. For me, it would be a cross between the Headmasters, Voltron, and Robotech.
What about Pacific Rim?
I was gonna about to say that.
Wait, sorry, which one?
Pacific Rim.
Oh, I haven't seen that yet. Like, I know you guys have spoken a lot about it. I haven't watched it yet.
Okay, so look, I don't know why the fuck we haven't created the ultimate VR game, which is just wearing mechs and fighting.
Mm-hmm.
That game doesn't exist yet, and we sell it along with a chair. So they're coming out now with these VR treadmills.
Mm-hmm.
Like, finally, we're omnidirectional treadmills, so you could be running in VR. You're still standing in one place.
Interesting.
They're just making those now, but those are like the cheapest one is $1,400.
Okay.
And there's problems with it. But making a chair that like leans left, leans right, has some levers on it.
That already exists.
That already exists, right? If we wanted to like build that prototype and sell it with our game, we could do that. So you buy the chair, and then you're in the Pacific Rim robot, or you're in the Robotech robot, and we'll just make up our own robots for the game, right? It's just a mech robot. It turns into a jet. But you pick your vehicle.
Right. Power Rangers Megazord.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, you pick your vehicle, and so we could keep adding vehicles to the thing, right? To the game.
Further levels you go in, or
well, even after the game's released, because you know how they do that. Sorry, you know how they do that. Like even they release a game, you have whatever, you have 6 different robots, and you conquer these levels. But then, unlike back in our day when it was like on a cartridge, this is all software,
right?
In real time. So the you can like refresh the game with a new level or with a new robot,
or you can unlock new robots every time you complete a level or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Or you can actually custom make one. Like you're literally in a shop and you're like pretending you're.
That's it. Yeah, like
Walding.
It didn't work out. It didn't work out so well for Spike.
Right. This is true.
He didn't have a good time with that shit because of his dad doing exactly what you said, Orlati.
It's okay. Listen,
grabbing some spare parts, throwing them together.
Copyright Children of Primus, October 10th, 2021.
As long as YouTube doesn't ban this.
Wouldn't that be a sick game? Why doesn't that game exist?
We didn't make it.
We got to do it. Power Master Prime.
Ooh, I'm on Power Master Prime right there. IQ and Power Master.
That'd be dope.
It'd be like Headmasters or Target Masters.
I mean, the Headmasters makes perfect. This is like so perfect.
Target Masters too.
See, and then we get into time travel.
So that's a different game. No, that's a different game. The Target Masters, I don't know how it would work. Headmasters, here's how the game would work.
Double dealer.
When you're in the head, you're seeing through the eyes of the robot. You're doing your fighting, you're seeing through the eyes of the robot. Then you transform, and then you're driving the car, your first person car driving. That would be dope.
It could be like futuristic Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah. But that'd be totally different than driving the mechs, right? Because driving the mechs, you're sort of in a cockpit, you're controlling stuff.
Yeah.
Versus Headmaster, you are the robot, and then you are just a driver in a car. But that would be even easier to do as a game now because those first-person advantages already exist.
Yes.
Right, like that's been programmed. If you're the programmer, you just basically copy all that shit. Versus controlling a mech and trying to make it look like, you're sitting in the cockpit of a giant robot. There's jets going around, and then you're fighting other giant robots, and you're moving levers and stuff. That doesn't exist, and that would be crazy.
No, and once that idea comes into place, you then sell it to Marvel for Hulkbuster.
Yeah, exactly. You know what else?
Fuck, we're poor people.
with rich ideas.
I know it.
Another reason why this game could be programmed. So the hardest thing of doing like really complex stuff is the issue of latency.
Yeah.
But imagine if you are controlling one of these mechs, there's going to be latency.
Mm-hmm.
So it would almost so it wouldn't be an obstacle for the game because if you imagine you're in that suit, it's like however many stories tall. It's a 10-story building robot.
Right.
When you are gonna punch or you're shooting a missile like all the way over there.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be delays, right? So you will like aim your punch, to swing before your opponent gets where you want to hit him.
Mm-hmm.
Or to be different like other martial arts games because it would be almost like strategy plus live action.
Right.
Well, I'm sure you probably have like a 10-second delay or a 6-second delay.
Right. But it'll still feel like real time because like you'll pull the lever, like the thing will start moving right away. Shoulder will start moving right away, but it's swinging, along with like the other Titan coming towards you from this side and the other one from here. And so you're calculating. You're like, I'm gonna try and hit this guy. I'm gonna try and duck here. I'm gonna transform, go through here. So you're trying to think these things as the stuff happens. You're like, oh no, he went left, or oh, he's gonna block it. Oh, what can I do now? That shit would be dope. That will get your adrenaline going. Yeah.
Right.
That can be a move too.
Ooh, and you know what? If there is an online or a network version, between 5 friends playing together, you can
Form Voltron.
Form Voltron.
Or any combiner. Yes.
I'm automatically thinking, I mean, there's naturally going to be a delay if you're like a 10-story tall robot. So if an attack's coming in, how quickly can you disassemble the combiner to avoid that attack?
But you know what the funny part is? The funny part is when we all combine, we're all arguing. Can somebody raise that arm? Can somebody find shoot? And that'd be
That's what I was gonna ask. It's exactly the point.
That's the fun part. That'd be the fun part because we're all like arguing together, trying to fight this one beast coming at us, right?
I see how that could work when we're all the different lions, right? Oh, you hit it from the left, I'll hit it. You hit. If I hit him high, hit him high, hit him high. You hit him low, hit him low, hit him low. But once you're combined, I don't see how that's workable as a game because like nobody wants to play a game where like basically the one thing you do is like you control the leg. and you have to be in sync and out of sync with like the guy who's controlling the other leg.
But that's the fun part. I think that's the fun part because everybody's all chaotic. You're like, guys, come on, man.
Fun part for comedy. This shit could be a hilarious sketch, right? But I don't think people would want to play that game.
Because think about it, like you're like the guys at the bottom are like, shit, we're running away from this, and then the guys on top, wait a minute, we want to fight. So next minute, like the body like turns halfway, and you're punching this way while you're running this way. Right?
I would love that.
Well, that answers Finisher's question of how quick you fall apart.
Yeah, I would love that because like us playing a combiner character and then we're versing like another 5 guys or girls playing a combiner character and we're just standing there watching them just like.
Just going crazy, man. Yeah.
Shake a leg on one side.
Yeah.
And it's like we're waiting for them to attack us, but it's like the arms swinging all over the place. He's tripping on himself.
Why are you waving at him? Oh, because I know him. He's a good friend of mine. Right? Okay, can you shoot the rocket at him now? Okay.
No, that would be hilarious. But of course, fun, then you would come across like another bunch of a combiner team where it's like, no, like they got it down. Like, the right arm is going to knock you over while the left arm is shooting at you and and this and that. Like they're not coming with comedy.
Those are like the Russian and Chinese.
I don't think the combiners are gonna work.
I think it will work. I think it would be freaking hilarious.
The Robotech is gonna work though.
Yes.
Yo! You remember the bikes?
Why do I barely remember that?
Robotech, the 3rd series.
I forgot about that.
Oh man!
That would be cool.
I don't think.
Okay, I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna quit my job and just design this. Oladi, you don't know what I'm talking about?
I don't think I saw the 3rd season. That's why I don't remember the bikes.
Okay. You if you want to Google it, Scott Bernard. Just Google Scott Bernard mech or something like that.
Okay.
Scott Bernard Robotech. So, but let me tell you what it is. Let me tell you my idea, right? So, hardware and software development. This is what I think we should just start a hardware software company. We'll do security, cybersecurity, weaponized drones, et cetera, and transforming toys, of course, and video games.
War dogs,
of course,
and video games. Right, exactly. You get it. So now imagine this VR thing. Okay, I gotta tell you. So it's a motorcycle. So Scott Bernard rides a motorcycle, and then it transforms into armor, where where he can fly around and whatever, shoot lasers. Transforms into a mech suit, and it's just like just like a big like armor suit. But imagine playing that in VR. So you have a motorcycle game. It's just like a racing game, it's a motorcycle game. Slash first person shooter, and then like you transform the bike, and then you're like flying around shooting. That would be why don't they have? Wouldn't that be dope?
That would be dope.
That would be amazing.
So, how many Patreon subscribers do we need for that?
We're gonna need a lot. That's gonna take some serious programming.
Okay, and then we gotta hire a bunch
Serious.
of programmers.
Yeah, but that would make money if we sold that. That would make money. And now's the time. Now's the time to get into like designing VR games. It's just like on the rise up. Parabolic, sky's the limit.
Yeah,
Limitless,
to the moon.
infinity, to the moon and beyond.
I was going to say that.
But everyone's like to the moon, and like, what about to Saturn? Like, why am I going just to the moon?
I was listening to this interview with Elon a few days ago. Chick's like, yeah, so and you're gonna do this based on Mars, and you want to do it based on the moon too? What? Why the moon though? Why? You're like, yeah, for science. Blah, 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 blah. She's like, but is it gonna be commercial? He's like, look, we're going to Mars. Moon's right there. May as well make it based on moon. It's cool. Make it based on the moon. Obviously, it's cool. Like, do I need more of a reason? She's like, no, I guess that's true. It's cool.
I don't know. I never understood why we never made it based on the moon.
There's a whole Transformers movie about that.
Yeah, exactly. What are you talking about?
That's true. What was I thinking?
Was that a movie? I thought it was a documentary.
Well, I mean, considering the man has never actually been on the moon, and it was all staged in Hollywood.
It's all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Here's the thing to me, the most ridiculous coincidence that exists in Transformers films.
Here we go.
And in this simulation that people have the nerve to like take serious. Do you remember that? Obama announced that he killed, quote unquote, bin Laden.
Mm-hmm.
But then the reason why they're not showing the body to nobody, the way they did with Saddam, or later, our homie from Karbamia.
Right.
Our good man.
They just show the hanging of Saddam.
They show the hanging of Saddam. They show the capture of Saddam. There's the iconic pictures. They showed his hanging.
Yep.
Right. They showed basically the beating and murder of Gaddafi.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow there's no footage of Osama bin Laden. But
the reason sorry, I'll tell you why. But go ahead.
The reason is because they dumped him in the middle of the ocean, just like in Megatron.
There's a reason why they dumped him in the middle of the ocean. It has to do with religious purposes.
You don't think it's so that he could come back in the next movie as a truck?
Another truck? Holy shit!
How many trucks are we at now? Oh my god!
Look, how did the first? The Transformers miniseries? How does it end? The very first show, when they didn't know they were going to make more shows, a 3-episode limited series. The new ship for the Decepticons going back to Cybertonic. This is Cybertonic. I need a drink of tonic. Gin and tonic, please. Okay.
Take two.
The ship on its way to Cybertron crashes into the water. No explosion, just crashes into the water. Okay. That ship is observed by a bunch of robots who have been awake for a couple of weeks prior to having crashed their intergalactic space shuttle into a mountain and just been sleeping for 400 years. So these motherfuckers know that just because you crash in a ship, you still might be okay. It just happened to them a couple weeks ago. Nevertheless, they say after they just crashed into the water, wow, we'll never see the Decepticons again. I'm glad we'll never see Megatron again. He just went for a swim. And now, Orlati, you're going to talk about religious purposes, and they didn't want to make a martyr out of him, and all the official stuff. Look, if that were true, then why did they dump Megatron in the middle of the ocean in the Transformers live action movies? Obviously, they know he's going to come back if they do that.
Well, no, didn't I know it? Wasn't it because when they dumped him in the Mariana Trench, it was supposed to be like the deepest part of the ocean, and it's very cold, so he's going to be frozen and all this kind of stuff. And they also had other ships circling around that area to make sure he never comes back. And we saw what happened after.
That's a weak plot.
Did I write the plot?
No, but the same. You were given the same story with Osama bin Laden. Like, just change a few variables. The same fucking story.
And just like clicking through random YouTube things. Like I was watching one of the Transformers episodes, The Heart of Cybertron, that Megatron found, and it was a ship that was crashed in the side of a mountain. Or it was kind of buried under, but after they dug it out, it looked exactly like the Ark. And I'm like, you can't play this like the same plot twice in like the same show. Like another ship crashed in the side of something, and it's
you're talking about the Decepticon. There was a Decepticon ship in one episode that the archaeologists found.
Yeah, and when they dug it out, like it just looked like a blue version of the Ark on the side of a rock.
Yeah, but it was smaller though.
Yeah,
I thought it was purple.
Maybe purple.
So, but what's your?
Let's say we got Bill in the house.
Oh, what up? What up, Bill?
Oh,
Bill, so yeah, I remember that. What did the ship end up being or having on it?
I remember that episode.
Oh, is the Heart of Cybertron? Is like a energy source that Megatron put inside of himself and made himself powerful.
That sounds like a good 7 or 8 episodes where he did that in different ways.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's not the meteorite one.
I'm trying to remember that one. I don't remember it.
So basically, like.
Well, the episode's called, I think it's called Microbots. So it's the one,
that's
funny. It's the same one where Brawn was kept hassling Perceptor.
Right.
And then Perceptor shrunk Brawn, Perceptor and Bumblebee to go inside of Megatron to take out this energy source.
Correct. So the ship was like, so what was your impression of it? Like, it was some other Decepticon ship that had left Cybertron for some other reason, and it happened to have landed on Earth.
Of course,
maybe some. When do you think it was like after the Ark landed on Earth? Like maybe like 3 million years ago instead of 2 million?
Could that be the ship for the Insecticons?
That's good. Or it could be a vessel like looking for Megatron, like you've been gone a million years. We'll send another ship.
Maybe. That could be a whole other episode. I mean, so we've got what was it?
But I got the impression that they said that ship had landed before the Ark. That's what I'm asking you. Did it land before or after the Ark?
I mean, they only guessed that it was there for like millions of years, but there's no distinction in terms of if it's before or after the Ark. I think Megatron may have mentioned it, so I'd have to go back and watch it because
right. Like, wouldn't it have to be before? Because he knew what was going to be on the ship.
Right.
So probably it would have had to have left Cybertron before.
So I mean, considering everything just kept landing on Earth.
There's a big relationship between Cybertron and Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Cybertron. I mean, I don't know if you heard, Spin. It was revealed last week that the Earth is actually Unicron.
Yeah, we don't acknowledge that like pretenders.
Touche. That was a good end. The end. See you guys next week.
Well, and Bill has joined in. Good evening, Bill. And how has the construction been going? I know there was images that he posted, which we weren't able to pull up this week. So for sure we will post the images next week.
Yeah, he's building a whole new shelving for all of his figures.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you guys didn't answer my question about the Titans. That's why we were talking about it.
I did.
Would you pick Tripticon?
I told you Omega Supreme.
Oh, okay.
And then from there, that's how we went on that whole thing between Titans class and.
I would go with Fort Max.
And how big?
Okay, hold on. Who would you pick?
So I would pick Metroplex. The only reason I hesitate to do Metroplex is because like 2 or 3 people have already done it. So maybe I would go with
That's
Fort
like the
Max.
go-to. I think Metroplex has always been like the go-to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because if you're making it as a shelf, right? It's good. It just makes the most sense. Like that's where the Autobots are hanging out is inside Metroplex.
Exactly.
If I really had to do my own shelf, I'd probably do like an Arc theme.
Yeah.
For my Autobots, and then like a Nemesis theme for my Decepticons. If I was gonna go to that real kind of detail.
Yeah. What I was thinking of this week, based on actually Bill and all of our conversations recently. Oh, you heard that the chess set didn't get funded. Did we talk about that?
We talked about a chess set.
Yeah, it did not get crowdfunded.
No? Oh no.
Wow.
So I'm not sure. Yeah, because we were all bashing it, right? Yeah, even like people who like Bill and myself, I think, who like started out being like, yeah, it's kind of cool. You know, after talking it through, it's like, yeah, why did they make it like this? It's like, it's not what anybody would want.
Mm-hmm.
It's apparently true.
Yeah.
So I was just thinking, based on what you said about the Arc, I was thinking of doing, that's always my idea too. And then I was thinking of doing like a 3D chess set. You seen 3-dimensional chess sets before?
Yes.
Olavi?
Yeah,
Okay.
Big Bang Theory.
Perfect. Okay. So imagine a 3D.
Levels.
So imagine you have a 3D chess set, a 3-level representation of the Arc. Right. So it's like, and the boards are translucent. So you have the squares, but you know they're glass, and then they're just shaded orange, right? Orange and clear, orange and clear, orange and clear. And you have different levels, and they don't have to be like one square on top of another, like a chessboard. It can be like a rectangle. There can be slightly different shapes, but you have the squares that make out a board, and you can jump. You know, you can teleport from one level to another, and they're all sort of like different levels, and you make it look like you're sort of seeing through the cross section of a ship. And then it could work as both a display.
Mm-hmm.
Or as like, you know, we could make up like a 3D chess Transformers game.
Okay, but would you put like a clear case looking like the Arc?
I'm thinking more
You get what I'm
so.
saying?
Yeah, I know what you mean. So more so, I would think of it like this wouldn't work for the whole Arc. I'm thinking of like it'd be like a cross section of the Arc. So maybe you would see like a back wall, right? So, or maybe it's almost like, you know, you sort of have a God view or like a Q view of the Enterprise, where you really are just seeing like a center segment.
Right.
So okay, so how I would do it is that I will probably build out the wall, like wherever, like if I had my office, whatever, I build out the wall like maybe 2 or 3 inches out, and then while it's 2 or 3 inches out, then I will actually do like a side view of the ship, like cut in half.
Yeah.
Inside the volcano, so you actually see the volcano, like the art and everything. You see the ship and everything, and then you have your different levels, like how you're talking about, of the ship itself. Right. But then it's like an outline in orange, so you know it's the ship. You know what I mean? And then the inside,
yeah. That'd be cool.
Yeah, and
That's
on
cool.
the inside, you actually have like Teleturn 1, and you have like the command post where where they fly the ship kind of thing, right? Like the captain's chair kind of thing, right? And where Ratchet does fix anybody that's injured, like the medical bay, and then right next to it, I'll do something similar again, but that's the Nemesis, like painted kind of like underwater, and then have its different levels as well too, right?
I love that. I keep messing around with ideas of like, how could I build my fish tank? How can I display my fish and my Decepticons together in a way that makes it look like they're sharks?
That would be cool.
But every time I try to wrap my head around it, I'm like, no, because like I have to I have to build such a narrow fish tank. Like that's not good for the fish.
Mhm.
No, but
See the
again,
figures.
but that's where you have to build up the wall a couple of inches.
Yeah, but you want the fish to be both in front and behind the Nemesis.
Right.
You don't want them just in the background. Maybe just in the background would be fine. In which case, we build the tank into the wall and display out there. That would be cool.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. I'm always trying to make it more complicated. So I want like a layer of fish behind the Decepticons and then one in front. But let's forget about the front one. Just build the fish tank into the wall and then build your Nemesis decks in front of it. That'd be dope.
There you go. So you have
That'd be really dope.
Yeah.
Bill, are you getting this? Are you getting this, Bill? How about like a wall divider in your collection room, which is a tank, and then you got the Decepticons on this side, and on the other side you got the Sharkticons and the Quintesson courthouse.
Right.
And then you can have like a outer space kind of looking part, and you can make like Junkion.
Yep. And in your tank, you're going to have piranhas, and you can dress them up to look like Sharkticons.
There you go. For Halloween. Right?
Oh, he's going a different direction with this.
Dress up your piranhas to look like Sharkticons. I think I won the Transformers award this evening.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. What are we doing? So we've been here.
I think it's time to call it a night.
Mm-hmm. It is a late evening.
We had to put in some time, Morlati, because you and I've been slacking on this show. To be fair.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, but
Good sir. He can admit it. He was like, I don't want to admit this.
Yeah, no, we have. We had our reasons, but
yeah.
But at least we like how you said, we put it in the work. So what did Bill said here? I like the idea.
Ooh, okay.
But this room is going to be all open with a large Unicron display in the center. Ooh.
Oh, I'm gonna love to see how the end results. Yeah.
Is it? Did he tell us before? He got the HasLab Unicron, I guess. I think that's what he's talking about. Do you remember?
We have to ask him.
Bill, tell us about the display. It's going to be. We're assuming it's HasLab Unicron. Is that the case? Large Unicron display in the center. So maybe it's going to have Unicron, and then with characters.
Oh, that's going to be quite the room. When you walk in, and it's like there's Unicron in the center, and there's like everything else.
But you know what they got to do?
Like the universe is around Unicron.
Yeah.
But they got to do a HasLab Primus. Well, which is Cybertron, basically. Just to balance it out, man.
I'm trying to think of. I don't know if people would buy it, because like Unicron didn't get like flying colors. Like they had to extend that deadline for it to get funded. I don't know if they would really sell a Cybertron. And then one way they could save money on it is if they could reuse parts from, like it could be a remodel or remold of Unicron, but I think people will complain about that too.
You know what?
It would be a hard sell. Yeah, I mean, if people are hard, if it was a hard sell for Unicron, then you got to consider that half of that market doesn't even know who Primus is, and then to convince that half to buy into it, it's not it won't be as an easy it won't be as an easy sell as it was for Unicron, and Unicron wasn't an easy sell.
No, I get what you guys are saying, right? But
I agree with you too. No, look, I would want it. I would buy it.
Oh yeah,
For sure, there's guys who would buy it for sure.
Yeah,
like your true fans would get it.
yeah.
It's just there may not be 8,000. There may not be 8,000 guys who are going to do that.
I don't know. They should have it.
Ooh, okay.
It's it is
Can you read it out loud?
So it's a 3-tier display with HasLab Unicron on the top in all his glory, and the others will stare a stepper down from him like a pyramid.
Nice. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I can visualize that. Like Qbert, like a Qbert board.
Nice.
I remember Cuber. That was a good game.
Yeah.
So you should have like what Ultra Magnus, Rodimus, like pointing up, like you know what I mean, like the cover of the DVD or like the movie poster.
Well, that's going to be quite a room.
I know, eh? And the whites let them do it.
And once Bill's room is done, it's going to become the inspiration for other collectors. You know, again, that episode of
Worldwide.
You know, are you collecting for the sake of, or is it or are you going to throw in some hate in there? And you know, someone somewhere is going to be like, oh, that Bill and his collection. And I'm like, why are you throwing hate against the man's work? Like, it's going to be an impressive looking room.
Why not?
The kind of room that makes you ask, are you the collector of your collection, or is your collection collecting you?
Called it.
Nice. Yep. I plan on them being the pose from '86 movie poster.
Nice.
What did you call her, Lottie?
That's what I called it. I said, you know what, he should do like the '86 movie poster, And he said it. Good call, buddy. See, that's a fan. When someone goes to that extent, you can't hate, man. You gotta love.
Yeah.
Right? Like
I haven't seen. I don't know who's insulting other people's displays. I haven't seen that.
Oh, it's and I think that was supposed to be the topic for last week. It became a huge debate in a couple of the groups. And some people are disheartened about it because they put in like all their time, energy, money, and everything into making these nice collections. There are people that come along and just start posting, complaining, and insulting them. And Mike was asking last week,
saying what? I don't get it.
Well,
Your display sucks.
I'm guessing it's to that point where, because I think most times either the comments get deleted or I just haven't had time to go through them. But the people who own these collections are pretty upset that they're getting hate towards their collection.
Yeah, so, but maybe here I don't know. I could be wrong, but here's what I think when I hear this. Like when you hear about it, you tend to believe them. Obviously you said, but of course I would have to see the evidence.
Right.
But when I hear this story, and I don't know, I got to see the evidence too.
Right.
But my intuition is that the people who are reporting this problem to you and are misrepresenting what's really going on. Probably somebody's like, oh, you shouldn't use that kind of shelf. You should use this kind of shelf. Oh, you shouldn't use this kind of lighting. You should use this kind of lighting. And then they're like, and then they get offended and then say some rude shit to the person who's like giving their input. And then it down spirals and they're calling each other names. But I can't imagine somebody like just saying, somebody posts their collection and someone else like, your collection is shit. Why are you showing us this picture? Like, I don't think people do that. I think people give their critique of the display, and then the people whose display it is don't know how to take it as a critique. And they're just like, oh, you said something bad about my display as if it's not the perfect display. That's what I think.
So what the thing is, I haven't seen that angle because, when someone says like, oh, you got this shelf, maybe you should have gotten that one. The person would then say, oh, in a sense, they'll engage in conversation and say, well, maybe I couldn't afford that shelf or I had certain reasons. So I've never seen it go left and like, well, I have these red shelves and someone's like, well, you should have gotten the blue ones. They're stronger. the first person will say, I couldn't afford the blue ones, but I've never seen it turn back and like, oh, why are you hating on my red shelves or this and that? And
Okay.
just not taking the.
Okay, hold on. You just said you haven't seen the actual comments.
Hold on. Why don't we do this
Mm-hmm.
for this week, if we can? Let's do some screenshots on some of these comments, right? We post them on our show. We, obviously we read them, and then we will critique those comments and discuss about it. Why.
And I'll also contact because I know of two within the groups who had the complaints. Like I'll contact them specifically to find out what the issues were.
And but what's pertinent is, of course, it would be important not to just have comments, but to have the initial. We need the initial comments, right? Because sure we can get a screenshot of like, the person who's upset. They've posted screenshots of like the worst thing the other person said, but they didn't necessarily post like how the conversation started, which you would need to see.
No, we have to look at the whole context. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
I get that.
Right.
We don't want to cherry pick, right?
But
because that's what people will do, right? They'll show you one screenshot and you'd be like, yeah, damn, that guy's an asshole. And then you check the evidence. Oh, you were an asshole first. You didn't tell me that.
Yeah.
It's different now.
I agree. So I think for that episode, when we talk about that, I think it will help us a lot, right? So when we start talking about it, we don't,
as Bill said, I think most of the hate comes from jealousy, which most times that's what most of us think. They can't do it or afford it, so they just have to hate on it.
So here's my theory. So this is interesting, Bill, and this is why Orlati. It's a good idea. Like, it's not doing too much. So like, spin if you're suggesting like we should do this, go through it. I think it's worthwhile because this thing about jealousy, like Bill, for sure, that is the case sometimes. But I think it's worth going through because I think too often we tend to believe that things are coming from this angle, whereas often it's not that. It's the thing that I said. It's people who can't take criticism, and then rather than them just taking input, they interpret it as, well, this person's not being nice, or this person's just like bashing my display. When which is not that never happens, but I think that a lot of the reporting is actually that, right?
Part of the problem is that we're reading the text and we don't know the tone of that text. We don't know
missing element,
right? Because communication, it's not just only words, right?
Yeah.
And we know this already. Tone, body language, the speed, all that stuff, right? Comes into
intonation.
Right. So once we know, and part of
it's that part, je ne sais quoi.
Right. And there's that other problem that sometimes people just don't know how to put a sentence together properly, and they just.
I've heard a few. I've heard my share of fairly poorly put together sentences in my day.
As Bill said,
and in my evening.
Yeah. But
that's good.
Destroyed sentences, grammar, lost intention, or the one I find the best is.
No, it sounds like you're scripting like a parody, a Decepticon plot. We will destroy their grammar, then the punctuation. It'll be chaos.
No, but like if somebody literally,
they won't be able to. Their communications will be down.
Yep.
Hey, that happened the other day, man. All the cell phones and everything went down.
Yeah, thanks to Cobra Commander. He took down all the cell phones and Facebook.
Was that you, D? Let's be honest. Was that you, D? Dressing up as
it was Skynet coming online.
Oh, there you go. No, but I'm just saying, it's like, like if someone literally says, yeah, Bill, that display case is really fucking shit, then there's no disputing that.
Yeah.
Right.
But if someone says, hey, Bill, you got, Ultra Magnus is supposed to be on the right-hand side, but you got him on the left-hand side. Do you want to switch him so you can get, movie poster accurate? That's not hating on the display. It's just
which character is it? Omega
But I see people respond like that. Like someone will say, "Oh, you should swap them around," and the poster looks like this, right?
Mhm.
And then the response is not, "Oh yeah, thanks for catching it," or yeah, but I put it this way to balance out the symmetry, right?
Fine.
It's
Right.
just sometimes people respond of like, "Yo, I put all this work into this display. Why do you have to mention that?"
Like, what the fuck?
You know, like, well, what are you, the poster police?
What do you
Make your own fucking display. Why are you talking shit about mine? Like that's how these people respond.
Oh, I know. And you know which character I found, and the thing is, it personally bothers me when I see this, but I'm like, it's how that person wanted to display it is Omega Supreme. Anytime people display his tracks, the cartoon wise and everything, it's only one track, but some people will put all three tracks. So it's like there's this huge ring in the back of Omega when it's not supposed to be. But I mean, I
for
think
you to
some
put
of the
those extra ones?
that's exactly it. Some are like, well, it's better I have all of the tracks here so I don't lose them, or it's a balancing issue. They have their reason. For me, I would not put all of them on there, but if they have a reason for it, that's their reason. I'm not going to hate on it because that's their reason. But
I put all my tracks on them because why? I didn't want to lose them. Where am I going to put them?
Exactly.
Otherwise, I'm going to lose them.
Like everyone has their reasons, but for it to then turn into an argument, like that's when it just gets overboard, and I'm like, but they're a bunch of toys. Like, why are we arguing about this?
Because we got to argue about something.
Yeah.
It's in our nature.
Oh, okay. So Bill says when I make my Coliseum with the Decepticons, I'm going to catch.
Oh, it's going to be controversial.
Oh,
It's going to be
okay.
controversial.
Okay.
Why, Bill? We are inquiring minds.
No, he can't reveal it yet. We're gonna wait for the reveal, and then we'll see what the backlash is. But at least
we form a trifecta of burning inquiry. I form the base, and Spin and Orlati form the two weird eyes on top of the head of the base.
We're the TMZ, so we're like the TFZ of acquiring minds here.
Yeah.
We need to know.
And clearly, we're an Autobot, as you see.
No, but when they give you media training, don't take the hook that the interviewer is giving you. Don't take the bait.
Line in the sinker.
Yeah, don't take it. Like we're trying to hook Bill into giving us the reason, but media training don't.
Okay, what's your guess? What is your guess? Why is this Decepticon Coliseum going to take a lot of flack? Because it's going to have nude fembots being taken advantage of, having their sparks sucked out of them. God damn, son! Murder prime time.
The scrap face refractor and jets that will be in the crowd.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's dope. But why would catch flack? Oh, I know, because you're a scalper, Bill. You bought all those rare figures, all those obscure figures.
Right. There was someone who had what was it? Which character?
You didn't leave any for him when he went in there, for the other guys.
Yeah, there was someone who had like a ton of figures, and I saw people saying, he's like, oh, but I couldn't find any of them. But I mean, if you could afford it and you want to do that for your collection, why not?
Exactly.
So he built so you're telling me he bought up a lot of stormtroopers to make his Coliseum.
Stormtroop?
No, I'm
Yeah. The equivalent thereof.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Bill.
Yep, that is correct.
Thanks, Bill. See, I'm not just a pretty face.
Correct. Okay, we guessed it. We figured it out. We're smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because those are like Netflix. Those were the Netflix exclusive figures.
So that will be fun when the images come out, and then we see that the hate towards them. We'll be like, yep, we're just gonna sit there and take notes.
So now we gotta go like crash his house.
What?
Right, and like bring our video cameras and ask him a whole bunch of questions like TMZ. We're TFZ. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And we're gonna say, Bill, like, do you have any answers why you did that? Can you give your side of the story, please?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Bill.
I have this DTOF here.
Oh, he's also planning a strip club.
Oh
Let us
no,
remember.
Bill, no, no.
What do you mean? No. Yes, yes, yes.
I didn't hear what you guys talking about.
Read it.
Okay, so Bill says I'm also planning on a strip club with the fembots as performers.
Yeah,
with
nicey. Yeah, I'm down
Nicey
with that.
headlining.
That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do.
Hey, I've always said the day that I retire, I'm opening up a strip club. So
Well, I'm guessing
I
it.
like
A,
Bill's
but a Transformers themed strip club. Yeah,
Sure.
I don't know why we haven't seen more of this. Like, how come there aren't any like really sexually explicit displays?
Because you will get the feminine bots after us.
Well, you can have some scenes with the women dominant. She could be. Come on, sometimes she got to be on top.
We're gonna find
I'll send you one of the groups and
Don't make it degrading. Just make it,
No, because you're gonna get the SJTF.
Oh, you figure it out. I'll be right back. My headphones
coming
died.
after us.
The what?
Instead of the social justice warrior, you have the social justice transformer women warriors coming after Bill.
But well, the thing is, if a group is
I
geared
was making a
towards
joke.
that, you can't then. No, I know. You can't have anyone coming after them when it's like, well, you knew what the intention of the group was. So there is one of the Facebook groups that has a lot of sexual oriented transformer.
It doesn't matter.
Well, no, but then
because their mentality is going to be like that. It's like it's like the Autobots. At the very beginning, they were like the Boy Scouts. There was like no women. And then what happened? All the women start to argue about, why there's no women in Boy Scouts. That's not fair. And then you tell them because it's called the Boy Scouts. That's why there's no women in Boy Scout. And then what ended up happening now they're called the Scouts because they have to allow women into it, and that's where the female Transformers came in.
Actually, I think there's that debate going on with X-Men right now, with taking out the word men.
So what are they going to call?
X people? I don't know.
They.
I haven't dug into the topic. I just saw the headline
they
here and there. I'm like, I didn't think we'd go down that road.
Ben hasn't dug into the topic yet.
Whatever. Can't do anything today, man. Well, you can if you really want to. Just grow some balls.
Careful.
Well, hey, either you slap them on or you grow some. It's one or the other.
All right.
Stitch here or stitch there.
And
D's God.
Well, as I was saying, like one of the groups, it's like the group, like everyone's free to explore like whatever they want within that group. So, and I think the odd time someone will come in the group complaining about something and like, but you
don't join the group.
Exactly. Like
I've not been present for any of this ball slapping shit, so I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. I don't necessarily endorse anything that was said in my absence.
Yeah, well, that's why you quickly just jumped out there for a second.
Okay, so let's go back.
By the time you're gonna drop out, that seemed like a good fucking time to drop out.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to the crossdresser that you were talking about. But the whole point is.
Oh yeah, crossdresser. No, listen, I was gonna ask you guys. I got this DTOF here.
No, that sucks, man. Get rid of it.
Shut the fuck up. The question is for next week.
Spray paint.
Like, so what? All right, I'm about to drop out again. Accidentally. What? You're breaking up, guys.
Well, why did you use that shelf for? You should have used a different shelf. What's wrong with you?
You should put it sideways.
I know, eh?
All right. I must be getting tired because you guys are getting really annoying. So
why doesn't it have LED lights on the side?
I know. Where's the red and purple?
Why are you guys passing? Oh, I get it. I'm sorry. I'm slow. Why are you guys hating on my collection? I put in so much work in there, just like Oh, they're saying I got the wrong self. Like, this is what everybody gets. It's glass. Can I live? I want
Why
likes.
glass?
Give me likes.
Why did you not repurpose wood?
Touche. All right. So I have my movie bots. In this one.
Okay.
Here, you see here. So I got this beat off here, and then I got like the arc is all in like these main stuff here, right? And then the Decepticons on that side. Season 1, season 2.
Cool.
So in this, for this detox here, for next week, what do you want me to have in there? My G1 original Transformers, the 80s Transformers, or something else, maybe like a Headmasters display. I was thinking I could do like Headmasters in different scales, because I have like the MP scale, and then a few G1. I could just do like a couple of G1s, and then on the other shelf like a couple of Masterpiece, of the same character.
No.
And then maybe and then like Fort Max on the top or at the bottom, something like that.
If you're gonna go with a Headmaster, I'd do Headmaster Autobots and Target Master Decepticons, and then your.
I don't have Target Masters.
Oh, you don't have any? Oh, that just ruined everything. So your display sucks now.
Target Masters suck.
Well, that one left quick.
No, because you could have Scorpion on one side and Fortress Mass on the other side. Right?
Why do you not have any Power Masters?
In a DTOF? The DTOF is not that big, dude. You can't put
No.
anybody
Two
on one side and
Betops
another.
and two Billies.
And a Coke and a Smile.
What?
Mm.
Say smoking a
If
pancake.
you're gonna have hillbillies, may as well have Jack and Jill rolling that motherfucker at the same time.
It's all the turkey that we eat today, Mike.
Oh gosh.
Turkey.
He's thinking about it.
I did have a little turkey.
Oh, so you brought a little bit of the Canadian. Nice.
Okay, maybe I smoked a little bit of weed. Who knows?
Okay.
That never happened.
No, that's
Touche. Inside joke. Well done.
Disclaimer:
Oh,
this show is not for children; it's for adults.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so G1 Headmasters. So G1 as in 80s toys, or Headmasters of variable scales, or Fans Toys Dinobots. So the Dinobots that I have up here are mostly the Gigapower ones. I can put the Fans Toys Dinobots in there, or the Lumen Optimus Prime.
Bill says Dinobots. I was gonna say Dinobots.
Yeah. That's good. Bill, excellent suggestion. Because like of all the things that I have, like that's the stupidest thing to just have sitting in a box. Because those are and with the G1s, that's what I'll do. I'll put up the Fans Toys Dinobots, one per shelf with the G1 figure. That will look dope.
Yeah, next to you. The before and after.
And make sure you have LED lights.
Yes. And because you're using Dinobots, you definitely got to use organic. You got to use the the repurposed wood.
Ooh, recreate Dinobot Island.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just talking about what I'm putting in. I'm just talking about what I'm putting in a detail.
Doesn't matter
Right.
if you don't do that, then your display sucks.
Oh gosh. And if you're recreating,
I think I'm doing it tonight. I think I'm gonna make some coffee.
You've got to add Power Glide into the diaspora there.
Yeah.
Bam, boom, pow! Why is that now?
But you got to put him on on a wire, on a motor, so he's going around in a circle, like flying over Dinobot
Fish
Island.
tank stuff for deco. Stuff for deco?
Yes. Like the stuff for fish tanks.
Oh.
If you to go with the Dinobots.
You know what? We should start with Bill. He could be our carpenter. We should start our own design company for Transformer displays.
I've been saying that. I'm totally down for that.
And we're gonna start our own home and garden TV show.
Yes. How you can sell Transformers decor. How you can resell it to you, but we also sell you on how to sell it to your wife.
Flip your Transformer.
Because we make these displays so elegant that she's going to actually let you have some of this outside of the man cave.
As Bill says, I'm a carpenter. But it's interesting. Speaking on this, I remember model trains. Where like when you really get into it, and we had one teacher in our primary school who he collected a lot of model trains, but he also had a large display of the miniature city with working lights, trees, cars, houses, so I mean, put
I wonder why more people don't do like elaborate displays of their Transformers, like that. Like I don't like. There's a few, but it's not like a lot of guys. A lot of collectors have dioramas.
So this is what
you have done it, yeah.
So this is what we'll do.
I don't know if I showed you guys this.
Yeah, you did. But this is what we do. We'll hang around at Toys R Us or Walmart, and then when we see guys grabbing Transformers, we jump them. Right? Say, do you want like the ultimate Transformer display case? We could do that for you.
Right.
And then we get Lowe's or Home Depot to sponsor us as well.
Mm-hmm.
Or IKEA.
Did you say they're shopping at Toys R Us?
Yeah, no, like they're like we we'll totally like surprise them. Like, we'll hang around Toys R Us, and when we see like a dude picking up a few Transformers, we'll jump them, like surprise them. What I mean by jump them, like we come out of the blue and say, "Hey, man."
You don't mean like cross dress them and everything.
No, we'd be like, "Hey, man, do you want the ultimate Transformer case?"
We see you can get away with that. I can't do that.
Why not? She still says stick them up. That's all.
I mean, you can do it to have a different effect. That's all.
Yeah, it just plays out differently.
Would that be even funnier? You know what I mean?
And then one week I come on the show. And
would that be even funnier?
It would.
I just ended up with like these free Transformers. Like he just gave them to me and ran away. And I'm like, I was trying to sell him a display case.
But wait. Then we had Bill dressed up in his carpenter outfit, was all like all his woodworking gadgets, right?
I mean, why do you even need all the woodworking gadgets when you just have your carpenter outfit?
That's
put that on with your carpenter medals.
Mike and Bill jumping out.
Highly decorated carpenter.
There you go.
What is Mike gonna have?
No, so you got Mike jumping out with Bill. Right.
I mean, if you want a corner, motherfucker, you.
That's what I'm saying.
That should work.
Carpenter's outfit. I'm like, what's a carpenter's outfit? Like even Bill's laughing at it. but
Bill highly decorated carpenter. He's got all these medals from all these different awards he's won as a carpenter. Battles he's won against cedar and hardwood, not just softwood, hardwood.
Also medals for not chiseling but beveling. That's a skill.
Well, he's wearing.
What is he saying?
The U.S. is getting a
Toys R Us. Oh,
yeah, inside of Macy's. Like I did hear about that a few weeks ago.
Oh, congratulations! It's about time you guys catch up again.
Yeah, but is that going to be Toys R Us if it's inside Macy's? Like the whole thing about Toys R Us was that it was an entire building with a giraffe in it.
Canada still has it minus the giraffe, but
the giraffe's not there.
I don't recall seeing Jeffrey the giraffe.
Yeah, let's call him by his name because any old giraffe won't do. There may have been like a few giraffes,
Yeah.
But it wasn't Jeff.
Do you hear about Canadian Tires? They open up Party City inside Canadian Tires now.
Wait, what?
So Canadian Tires bought Party City.
Right.
Now every Canadian Tire that you go to, there's like a miniature Party City inside of it.
Well, that's exactly what they're doing with the Toys R Us, but I didn't hear about that.
Yeah.
I guess actually, how recent is that? That would make sense within the last year and a half.
Party City was pop-up stores, right?
No, party cities were actual stores that you went to that's strictly for party.
Yeah, like balloons.
I
Themes
outfits,
and,
like all
personally
sorts
did
of.
not go to Party City.
Well, I mean, I've been there. Like children's birthday parties, all sorts of supplies.
Yeah.
That's where you get it.
You get themes as well too. Like I did like a
Now,
Transformers
would you
theme.
say
I thought it
now?
was a theme for my
So
son.
it's a whole store. It was like all year round. Now, if it in fact was a city, was it Titan class?
I think so.
I knew it was going there.
Because
yeah.
certainly if it's going inside a Canadian Tire, it can no longer be Titan class.
So then, what class is Canadian Tire?
Well, Canadian Tire definitely is. I would say
That's
What is it?
planetary.
Wait, so
except that it's only in Canada. So this is one except for that.
oh dear.
Planet Canada.
So I was told that Toys R Us are going to stock some stuff, but it will be a order pickup location mainly.
So they're gonna be online.
Yeah,
an
it's
Amazon
almost
Like
like
pickup.
consumers. Like consumers could be like
Yeah,
consumers.
it's a consumers.
IKEA has that. I think downtown. I think there's one or two like pickup locations.
Oh, that's cool.
So
Yeah.
they're gonna do like more like an online.
Yeah, it's almost like.
Well, it makes sense because how else do you
consumers.
compete with Amazon, right?
Mhm.
Can you buy Transformers on Amazon?
Yeah, I
can
buy. You haven't bought any Transformers on Amazon?
You can buy anything on Amazon.
I personally never really looked for Transformers on Amazon. I've always
I'm
looked
surprised you can't buy people on Amazon
Oh.
at this point.
for not yet.
Look at this.
Well, maybe in Canada. Maybe other parts
Sometimes
of the world.
Amazon just sends me stuff, and like I just open it and like I didn't even know
Like a
this was
person?
coming.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
They sent
Okay.
you that?
They sent me this.
Just for the sake of.
No, like without.
No,
checking.
because I pre-ordered because it's like I'm on Amazon and then they're like, "You want to pre-order this?" And I'm like, "Fuck, October is October really happening? I don't know when October's happening. That's like 6 months from now." Fine,
Mhm.
pre-order, click. I don't know. 6 months later, the fucking thing is there. I'm like, whoa, who said this?
Nice.
And then you get another thing in the mail. You owe me money.
No, a person.
No, I just let them control my cards.
Oh, okay.
They have all my cards. They know my number.
Yeah, Basil's has everyone's information.
Yeah, it's in the Vaseline.
If you can't beat them, Bezos.
It's in the Vaseline, Mike. That's how they're tracking us.
Yeah, I know nothing about the Vaseline. I stay far away from that.
What are you guys saying? Can't beat them, Bezos? How does that sound like the virus?
Look, Bill just did the Vaseline comment. That's why he's like, I'm out of here, guys. Bye.
What happened?
Bill's gone. So he's been good mates. I'm out. Gotta get some sleep. Same here.
Well, thank you for joining us, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Have a good
Big up,
night.
Bill.
You know,
Good talking to you.
Yeah,
definitely
Remember-
next week. Yeah, we will show
Remember,
the progress of your room.
Yeah, we gotta put it on Facebook too. We're gonna put those pics. Maybe that's like a theme that we could put on there as well, like a little section, like show your displays.
Yeah.
And people can send us pictures of their display and we'll just post them. Right?
Oh,
So
guess
people
what? I'm
get-
going to steal that idea.
Okay.
And I'm going to jump back in my time machine. Okay, I'm back now. I just went in my time machine, and I made that suggestion last week.
Well, last week I wasn't there, so.
Fine, the week before last.
Yeah, the week before last. Yeah, you weren't there last week. Actually, what happened last week? You were semi there.
It doesn't matter. The point is, Oladi keeps trying to steal my idea.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, that was a political answer.
Yeah, whatever. Listen, we all need to do better.
Great minds
okay?
think alike. That's awesome. There should be a collection page on the website, and like the incentive can be, people post their stuff, and then the coolest ones we talk about it on the show.
Yeah, I agree. Well, we got to do
All right.
Bill first because Bill was like the first one to send his stuff to us.
Yeah.
Well, technically, what about me?
No, man, because your display sucks.
It doesn't have LED lights.
An organic.
Are your shelves from IKEA?
I do have some LED lights. I haven't hooked them up yet. I plan to change everything to LED lights.
Okay,
Did you put an MP next to a Generations?
Oh my God, what's wrong with you?
Generations toy. Do you mean Generations toy?
We're just gonna cause shit. That's all.
Just like someone can ask a simple question and like, well, I have this version Soundwave. Which version blaster should I get? Like six different answers.
Exactly.
And
no, that's so funny. That's so funny.
Like,
and people will get passionate about that.
Yeah.
How dare you? Those two don't go together. Totally different aesthetic.
If you bought Generation Soundwaves, then maybe you get Generation Sound Blaster, right?
And I'm like, if anyone should be complaining, it's us. My blaster is the size of Devastator. Like, you don't hear me complaining about it.
That's so true.
I'm like, come on.
That's what she said.
Oh my God.
It's the art crew.
Yeah, so we I'm gonna call it a wrap because what time is it?
Yeah,
I already called it a wrap hours ago. You can't act like you're fucking the responsible one.
I said it a wrap at at 10:55.
I said that was a good line. Let's end it. That was years ago.
No, Mike.
That was cycles ago. That was 3,000 astroseconds ago.
Mike actually kind of wrapped it up. He said we have 10 minutes left, but
oh, that's true.
But then again, I'm deaf. I didn't hear it. So,
really. Somehow you remembered something that you never heard.
Exactly.
We heard your song that you never heard before.
It's like, what's that saying? I see the deaf man said to the blind wife.
I'm careful in court. You just called yourself out.
Hey, if we don't have, I'm telling you right now, man, if we don't have the best show when it comes to Transformers,
oh yeah,
come on, man, screw the rest, man. You guys gotta watch us, man. Honestly,
that was a Murder Prime moment right there. Please like and subscribe,
dislike, unsubscribe. I dare you! I dare you!
And don't you dare leave a comment.
And I dare you to not, subscribe to our Patreon.
Yeah.
Don't watch us next week at all. Period. Okay.
But if you're not going to, you have to leave a comment and say why.
No, it's not reverse psychology. If you were thinking that,
I'm telling you not to leave.
Don't tell them. Then now you're gonna reverse the side. Now we have to do the reverse psychology. Please like and subscribe and watch. Just ignore everything these motherfuckers just said. It's not reverse psychology. All right, just fucking
like comments.
Like and comment. Make sure you're here next week, and I'll try to keep these motherfuckers in line.
Okay, and make sure
talk to you then.
The grammar is very correctly in the tone and everything, so we really,
Sunday.
See, I just did triple reverse psychology.
Eastern Standard Time.
And if you don't, we hate you. We never want to see you again.
And check out more news.
Now get the fuck out of my house.
Don't you dare go left.
The problem is The problem is this. Spinister is too polite to actually end the show. Like when anybody is talking.
In my mind, I just hit the end broadcast button. Like that would have been a funny cut right there.
That would have been good. That would have been good. But like, there's so many opportunities you have, but you don't take them.
Yeah.
You gotta take the shot. You gotta take the shot, son.
Hold up, but when you take that shot, we gotta do
You gotta sense when somebody is on a roll. You can't wait for the. You gotta sense like, he's gonna come with a punchline, and then like you let the punchline go, everybody giggles, then you click stop.
Yeah. No, or sometimes you gotta do it like this.
No, click.
No, that's the whole thing. Like,
or sometimes like right as soon as Oladi is finally gonna get a chance to say his thing, and that's when you cut it off.
Exactly.
Right.
And that will bring back people because they're like, oh my god, what is he gonna say for next week?
Mm-hmm.
The plot has thickened.